Alright, hello everybody and welcome to episode 3 of attempt 16 of Vintage Story on Wilderness Survival Permadeath. In the last episode, we made leaps and bounds toward our new house. We also crafted our first bronze tools. We made a full roster, buddy. I've got a bronze spear and everything. We are ready. In this episode, I did some research and Saturn from the community helped me figure out how to locate borax. And with that borax, I'll be able to start doing some leather working. So that's our goal for right now, is getting our hands on the borax. We'll have a leather station up here. All right. I have 7 vegetable pies. So let's start taking a look at some of the rocks. We have granite. That's not included. We need like claystone, conglomerate, sandstone. It's very foggy. What the fog is going on here? That looks very uniform, doesn't it? Not gonna lie, this could actually be meteoric iron. I don't know, there's this. That's kind of an anomaly right there. Yeah, maybe not. Alright, I don't think that's meteoric iron. It looked like it might have been for a second, but... I have a bear shelter behind me. I'd like to hunt that if I could. Shit. It's gonna be harder to hunt now because I don't have the stone spears, I only have the bronze one. So I need to get that hit and I need to hope it's a male so that it turns around and starts attacking me. Alright. We gotta eat. We got aggression. Oh yeah, that's much stronger than we're used to. Far fewer hits to bring it down. Alright, let's heal up. 3 bandages will do. It's already been a good hunting trip. Chickens. That might be an opportunity for me to get some feathers. What is that? Is that a bunch of dead chickens? Not gonna lie, that's pretty sus. Wow, they're not even looted. This is an amazingly flat area. It looks like our forest fire, at least some of it, might have extended to this zone because there's no grass, you know? Maybe. I'm gonna work on getting chat open in a second here. I just need a moment. Get my bearings straight. Alright, we'll go check out that ruin in a moment. See what we can get. Hopefully we get some of the rare crop seed types or something. I'm thrilled that we have some starting honeycomb. I can make 1 candle, and if I find more resin, we could repair another lantern that I found. All right. That's just more granite. You know what? Let's do a reading here anyway. Okay, not much. What do you get when you break one of these? Just multiple stones? Yeah, multiple stones. Okay. Yeah, let's get out of here. Over to the ruins. It goes pretty well, oh snap, pretty well. I had a wonderful sleep last night. I tried taking a magnesium supplement that Zuzi's mom had on hand, and it fixed me right up. I got 7.5 hours of uninterrupted sleep. I feel like a king, and I am ready to engage in the serious endeavor of trying to find borax today. How are you doing, Snap? All right, let's check this out, see if there's anything of value here. Nothing but dirt right there. Yeah, not much. All right. Now, if we want to find borax, we just need to find a specific type of surface stone. The beautiful part is there's multiple valid types. It can be clay stone, it can be conglomerate stone, sandstone. There's several different options here for what we're looking for. We just have to find one of the types. And hell, in our last playthrough, we ended up finding those types. So theoretically, I could have made leather in the last playthrough. I didn't know that. So this time, yeah, we got it figured out. I see a wolf over there. What do you think? Is today the day I find a beehive? We're fed. Oh, there's 2 wolves right there. Holy. Holy shit. Nice. Yeah, this bronze spear, very powerful weapon. Reliable. Okay. Let's get rid of these antlers, I think. And the small bones if we have to get rid of something else. And as well as this, right here, we have low fertility soil. I'll get rid of that right now. This is turning into quite a hunting trip. All right. Who knows what riches we'll find in these woods. Yeah, let's get rid of these now. Ooh, resin. We need that. Maybe we'll even find bees in here somewhere. Oh, that's not resin, that's a mushroom. Funeral bell, no less. I'll die if I eat that, like straight up. Beautiful. Okay, we got a full stack of red currant. Let's eat these blueberries. I'm getting a little bit better at telling white currant apart from the other berries. Somebody gave me a tip in the comments. It's got like a more solid, kind of peachy, pearlescent color compared to the other ones. Every piece of bony soil does matter. I kind of want to take that. We got it. Beautiful. We'll be making a lot of juice with this run. I still remember the way back home. We're not really like lost or anything. Okay, we are full on those. Let's equip this to secondary so I can take more cranberries. I can almost make 30 liters of cranberry juice at this point. We're going to want to start heading back home, though. If you have to equip something to your offhand, then your inventory's pretty damn full. I will, however, check for more of this magical dirt right here, this bony soil. Good stuff. There's a ruin down there, actually, with a rough-hewn chest. I want that. But I need to make a safe way down. I don't want to just go down when there could be monsters attacking me in a second, you know? Yeah, let's make a little staircase right over here. Alright. Cracked rubble. Get rid of that. 2 burnt out torches. Alright, you know what? We'll eat all these. Maybe just 2 of them, huh? Put that on the ground. Grab the burnt out torches. We can light them. They'll stack with our other ones. Okay. I can get rid of the fat by turning these 4 medium hides into oiled pelts. And then we're gonna drop that, collect this, put it in the offhand, take that. So far, so good. I could theoretically leave behind the rest of this slice of pie. It's fractional, but it is half of a slice of pie, right? Like... Alright. I could just get rid of the bushmeat. I mean, it's food. Yeah, but it's very low quality food. We have better means of food production now. I don't really need to take that. We'll take the aged wooden chest. And let's start heading home. I think I remember the way. We'll definitely know it when we see it. Just a massive open plain leading us all the way home. Yeah, that's the spire that we saw before. Oof, look at how covered this is in dryad saddle mushrooms. Holy shit. Mega mushroom tree. Beautiful. All right, let's start heading home. Copper bits. I'll mark that. Dig it up later. What's that up there? Is that coal? No, that's just a mossy granite. Okay, fair enough. I gotta admit, I really like making the bear hide helmet and the bear hide boots, because you can always make more improvised armor for your chest piece, right? Having something on your head and your legs covers your other two vulnerabilities. Hey, Zoos. Okay. Okay. We gotta get our knife off the ground, but I amalgamated the berry stacks. Where is my knife? There it is. Okay, homeward bound with what we've gathered, which is a considerable, hefty sum of resources. We didn't find any claystone, conglomerate, or sandstone, but we'll just, you know, pick random directions and look around for it. Eventually, we'll find what we're looking for, and we'll be able to get borax underground using our bronze pickaxe. All right, and we have another aged wooden chest. Now, I'm wondering, can I combine those to make a wooden trunk? No, it doesn't work with those. Fair enough. All right. Still, it's cool that we have those. We have a lot of extra storage. Deposit the berries. We have many, particularly cranberries, almost 3 stacks. And we got some meat that we can cook as well. Beautiful. We can make 4 servings of a hefty stew. And I think I'd like to pan the bony soil sometime very shortly. Let's grab our pan. We'll do it right now while I cook a stew. Oh, and let's put these oiled hides on the ground. And I think I'm just gonna let these large hides spoil here. They'll become rot for the machine. All right, cooking pot. In fact, let's put an aged chest in here to hold some of our cookware. And the crucible, same with a little bit of charcoal. As well as a little bit of fuel. Onion turnip stew with red meat. All right, got it cooked. Time to pan. Hopefully we get something good. Like a candle or something. Oh, I got a rusty gear. Rough diamond. I'm assuming I probably put enough fuel in there for the soup to finish. We do have to cook some chicken after though, so we're gonna go over there, put a couple more pieces of peat in there, and swap the cooking pot with the chicken. Beautiful. Store that in a crock pot. And then grab the chicken, grab a couple pieces of fuel, remove the cooking pot, put the chicken in there, put the fuel in there. And then we'll just store that on the ground. Same with the bowl. Okay. I am beginning to realize more intricacies about base building. Don't build according to the eventual result. Build according to your current needs. So I didn't need a 7 blocks high pantry, right? Like I didn't need a 7 blocks high cellar. I probably could have gotten away with a 3 or 4 block high cellar, tops, right? So all that other stone that I would have saved on the cellar I could use it instead to just add more verticality to my house, having more rooms, more floors, more space, right? So it's, yeah, one of those things to consider. And I want to get better at storing items next to workstations that are required for those workstations. So like upstairs, I could have my forging area, right? And I could have every item stored in a chest there related to forging. And weapon smithing and shit like that. It can just be my weapon and armor smithing area or something. Anyway, we got 3 more of these blocks to pan through. Come on, candle. I wonder if there's like a quick panning mod or something. I'm just thinking in terms of replay value, that might be pretty useful for subsequent series, just to eliminate a lot of the tedium from the panning. But I don't know, if you start making changes with mods like that, then where does it end, right? All right, we're done. I don't even think I need that silver chain. Eat the chicken. That meal's gonna be fresh for 19 days in a pantry like this. That's good. That's really good. All right. Let's make some juice. Eat up. Hello, Cameron. Good morning, buddy. Welcome. How are you? Might not be morning in your part of the world, but it is good to see you just the same. All right, let's deposit the pan. read that book. Looks like we're getting 50 liters of cranberry juice, so theoretically I could make some cranberry wine, which would make it something that could last years. Wouldn't be very nourishing, but it could last for years. Let's do it. I'll drink the surplus in the bucket. All right, 50 liters of cranberry wine. $4:36 a.m. for you, eh? Okay, right on. Yeah, it's 10:30 for me. I'm in Europe, so. So for you, it's like super morning. All right, this is the last of the juice we have to make. Then we're gonna pick a different direction and we're gonna set out in search of claystone, sandstone, or conglomerate. In fact, there might be other rocks that I could look for, other surface rocks besides just those. Claystone, sandstone, limestone, chalk, shale, chert, conglomerate, and bauxite. Okay. All right, let's put this dry berry mash out here where it's gonna become rot for the garden. And then let's ditch this book. I don't think we need it for anything other than just reading it. How long left on this barrel? Oh, a lot of time. I wonder if there's a faster way to make the compost or not. All right, well, we have food on us. Let's equip our gear. Beautiful, okay. And let's set out on a little journey to try and find the rock layer that we need. I'm thinking we go this way. What'd you miss? Not too much. We explored really far that way. Right now, we're looking really hard, and we're trying to find something that can give us lime, like a specific type of rock that can give us a valuable type of resource. But there's many different types of rock that can do it. So we're looking for claystone, sandstone, conglomerate. In this biome, we have a lot of granite rock and granite sand. So we're basically just looking for a different place that has any one of those other rock types I mentioned. Down here, we're seeing a lot of granite. When we start to see sandstone or claystone and all that, we'll know we're in the right place. We have many options, so we just gotta find one of them. Yeah, let's travel far. Today's the day. I can feel it. Today's the day we find one of those sedimentary rock types. And I might want to traipse through the woods a little bit. Despite how dangerous it is, I would like to locate a beehive at some point. There's a lot of water here. This is a place well suited to the creation of a raft. Actually, if I had a raft, then we could set sail to new areas. But for now, we're just gonna continue walking that way. Kind of. I'm not looking for clay. Claystone, sandstone, limestone. Specifically, we want a type of rock that can be ground down into a powder that can be used to make leather. There's many different rocks that can fulfill that purpose, though. We're gonna scale this hill to my left and see what we can see. Oh wow, I actually found one of my old spears that I threw away a very long time ago. Oh, that's funny. So those persist for quite some time, clearly. There. Yeah, we'll travel in a single direction. I'm gonna have to scale this wall, though. Hopefully there's not too much mountainous terrain. Okay. We can go around it, nice. There's a lot of valleys here. I don't like it, man. Tons of fucking valleys. There's a shitload of cranberries in there, but... if a bear was to run up on me in a place like this, I'd be a dead man through and through. Oh god. I might have to build some bridges out of dirt in order to traverse this area. All right, there we go. I can now get through that area. Let's eat a lunch. So many mountains, holy shit. Okay, let's clear this. I'm just gonna make a little waypoint that indicates where my home is. But I need good visibility for that. All right, let's put it right here. If we see that dirt pillar, we know home is that way. I found bees. I just found bees. Right on. Okay. That's kind of huge. I guess he was right. Right on. Let's, if I find cattails, I'll make a skep later, but at least we found the bees and we marked them. Let's continue heading in this direction, seeking a sedimentary rock layer. Something conducive to the acquisition of lime. Rocks can make leather. I thought you made leather from cows. Funny guy. But it's for tanning the hide. All right, we killed the wolf, so he won't threaten us on the return journey. Yeah, you need to soak the hide. in order for it to become leather, right? So you need the lime water to soak the raw hide. Don't really need any of that. I think I'll just leave that wolf's carcass behind. If there was fat, I would have taken the fat, but... We got some ruins to my right. I am tempted to investigate them. Growing flax, eh? Always need more flax seed. There's a lot of ruins. All right, making a skep. I need 16 cattails and any type of clay. So we're gonna grab those cattails now. All right, there we go. Now I find a little bit of clay, and on the way back, I can put... I'm gonna grab some flowers too. I need to place a bunch of flowers near that bee. Near the beehive. And they'll end up... Yeah, see, now there's forget-me-nots. Okay. They'll populate the skep that we placed there. More flax. No seeds, though. All right. Oh, yeah. Need it. I'll get rid of those sticks. And we don't need the vines, nor do I need the deer fern. We'll drop that, too. Cow parsley works. Although, let's keep looking for more of those blue flowers instead. Or these purple ones, there's a lot of them. We just need a high density of easily available flowers that we can put around the beehive. I think I need 30, which we now just about have. Yeah. But I will grab extra. I may as well just take a full stack of them, because we'll need them at our base after. All right, there we go. See, this is what confuses me about what me and Saturn were talking about, is I found bees. So I thought he was right about being able to find them anywhere, but now I'm seeing the telltale flower, like daisies, forget-me-nots. I'm finding the things that I thought were required to locate bees, so. All right. Well, I don't think we're finding a source of lime here today, but... Or borax. Like, specifically the borax is what we're looking for. Alright, let's eat. Now we'll head back toward that beehive that we found. And I need to find a little bit of clay so that I can craft a bee skep. Basically a bee house. Boars. Interesting. Do I want to hunt them for the red meat? Kinda. Fucking hit and run bastards here. They hit me and they run. They just fucking lead me on a goose chase. Fuck it. They're honestly not worth the trouble. That's why you kind of want to... Hunters are dope for that, because there's no way a boar is going to outrun a fucking hunter. Yeah, they're both going to get away. I can't do anything about it. I mean, they're just running me into the brush, right? And I could run into a bear in there, so I just don't think it's worth it. All right. Is that the wolf that we killed? I think so. And this is where the bees are. I haven't found any clay yet. I will need a little bit. Hopefully it doesn't take us too long to find some. I can put that skep down right now and start to try to get it populated. Can you even find clay in a forest biome? Not really sure. No clay yet. Yeah, I'm not really finding clay in this forest. Hang on. Can you find clay in the forest? Vintage story. Apparently you can. Alright, well, let's head back to where the beehive is. Hopefully we detect a little bit of clay on the way and I can craft that skep. What are the bees for? You can make them breed at your base, and you can get honey and wax from them. The wax can be used to make candles, which can be used to make lanterns, and you can use the wax to seal crock pots too. Crock pots store your cooked meals, and crock pots greatly extend the shelf life of those meals. So, you know, if you use beeswax to seal a crock pot, you can make a meal go from lasting like 20 days to lasting an entire year, right? All right, well, I might not be able to put the skep down right now. I'm just not finding any clay in the area. And I'm all out of food. Yeah, let's start heading back home. At least we found a beehive, and I know how to get back to it. We're gonna bring a reed skep over here. Hopefully I find clay in the next, like, minute, and I can just sort of backtrack over there, make the skep, place it down. Yeah, base is that way, but I saw a patch without grass growing on it. Guess that's just a fluke. Anyway, it's getting dark, so I'm gonna head home, I'm gonna sleep, I'm gonna craft a reed skep, and then we're gonna populate it, and we're gonna take bees home. We're gonna have to come out here and place the skep again, unfortunately, and then we're gonna also have to come back to reclaim it once it's populated, but maybe not. There's a little bit of clay right here. If I hurry, then I can make it back there. I do worry about the time constraint with the sun already setting, but all right, reed skep. Okay, we have it. Let's go place that as well as the flowers at the beehive. I mean, if it looks too dangerous, I'll just fucking dig myself a hole and stay in the hole all night, you know? Right here. A heavy temporal storm is approaching. I'm gonna make a little waypoint marker right here so that it's easy to find my way back to the bees. Yeah, we have time to get home before that temporal storm, but I will be waiting home in relative darkness. What time is it? 17:55. We still have a little bit of time. A little bit. Let's pop down here. Let's get to those bees, put down the skep, and then put down like 30 flowers. That's a brown bear, I think. All right. I don't know if those flowers are close enough to the bees, but we're gonna have to just hope that they are. What's the range? Seven block horizontal and 5 block vertical range. I don't think those are close enough, really. But... I would need to raise the ground. I don't know. Well, it's getting too dark, and I don't want to get caught out past dark, so we're gonna head home. I put down the skep and I put down the flowers, but we won't really know if it's gonna work until we come back later. Fucking bear right there. Avoid that. Shit, I'm all out of packed dirt. That's my official way up right here. Very close to where the bear is. I gotta get the fuck out of here. Go. Holy shit. All right. I think I can get home before it's pitch dark if I'm just traveling home and not really stopping for anything. Hello, Jaylona, welcome. How are you today? Don't you worry, Cameron, we're getting back home. I think. We just have to hope it doesn't get too dark before I'm in familiar home field territory. Let's eat some of these cranberries. Alright, we are in familiar home field territory. I'm not going to be getting lost here. We really weren't that far, to tell you the truth. I see one of my bear fighting positions up there. Let's get out our oil lamp. I wonder if you can look at a wild beehive to see how many flowers are within its radius. I'm gonna want to find that out. We're coming up on home now. We made it home safely. You're doing good, eh? I'm glad to hear that. Alright, let's deposit some shit here. Put our mollusks in here. See, that's got to get us a decent amount of lime. What's the ratio for making lime water? 1 liter and lime. So I could make 2 liters of lime water for every shell. Two liters for every small hide. 6 liters for every large hide, so 3 shells for a large hide. And 4 for a medium. Okay. Let's plant our new crops. Turnips are N nutrients, so we need to plant those here in the row of N's. And then the flax goes here into the K row. Beautiful. Let us rest. The wine empire, yeah. I almost started a wine empire in one of my previous playthroughs, man. I was crazy about the wine. I had like 10 barrels, you know? I need some food. Before a monster spawns, preferably. Let's grab these berries. Alright, we are waiting out that temporal storm. I'm gonna have to make new bandages very shortly. Euclid, hello, buddy. Damn straight, I'm doing pretty well. We found a beehive. We found a beehive. I can't confirm or deny whether or not Saturn was right, because when we found the beehive, I started seeing forget-me-not flowers and daisies, all the things that I have associated with finding beehives. He said you can find them anywhere, but the fact that we found those flowers nearby kind of muddied the waters of the discovery, so we don't really know. But still, we found bees, and I'm happy about that. We can start an apiary here very soon. We're setting out in all 4 compass directions trying to find a sedimentary rock layer. What that means is if I can find like claystone, conglomerate stones, or sandstone on the surface, then I can find borax beneath it, and we can use borax as a replacement for lime water for making leather. So that's our mission right now. How are you doing, Euclid? My brother in 4 a.m. They have always been forget-me-nots close by. Yeah, I won't really know for sure until I end up finding bees in a forest that has like lily of the valley and doesn't have daisies and forget-me-nots. Yeah, it's been the same for me, Stereo. Every time I find them, I always find them near those trademark flowers. Right on, Cameron. Damn straight, buddy. You done watching some DBZ? I gave a lot of thought to DBZ when I was younger. Yeah. Ugh. I even had a theory for why certain tails grew back and certain ones didn't. Or like, yeah, it like, adult Saiyans, their tails don't grow back when you cut them off, but kids, they still do. It's like they're, for as long as they're kids, they keep on trying to produce more tails. Yeah, one of those fun, useless facts, you know? Yeah, because Goku's tail grew back, I think, twice when he was a kid. And, well, that creates an interesting question. Why didn't Goten's tail grow back? And why didn't Trunks' tail grow back? But I'd imagine the reason is because they're half human, right? So maybe pure blood Saiyans, their tails grow back, but half bloods, they don't. And pure blood Saiyans, their tails only grow back up to a certain point, and then eventually they no longer grow back, like maybe past adolescence or something. It's like teeth, exactly, yeah. We're not gonna know whether or not that beehive is within range of the flowers that we placed until we go back roughly 18 hours later. I like the idea of having a little room like this. Historically, what I would do is I would put down, like, well, I'm conflicted about it. I like having a safe room like this, but at the same time, what I used to do was spawn-proof my base by putting objects on the floor. And then I could still smith, right? I would get my smithing done, I'd get cooking done, I would make berry juice, like wine or whatever. Like, I would always have something to do. But I'm worried that I was only getting lucky and that the monsters can still spawn in my base, so... I'm so glad I got a decent sleep last night. Yeah, I took a magnesium supplement. So I actually ended up, I don't know, I had like an amazing sleep last night. 7.5 hours uninterrupted, didn't wake up in the middle of the night or anything. It might have had to do with the magnesium that I took. Apparently magnesium's pretty critical for sleep, so if you guys also, like me, struggle to sleep through a night, try magnesium. I used to live in Canada, so I used to have readily available access to fish for a reasonable price. Down here, fish is way more expensive, right? And fish is a good source of magnesium, so I've been getting it a lot less. Might need to supplement for it now that I live here in Czech Republic. I don't even want to step out there, man. Yeah, there's certain monsters that can just obliterate your health. Oh god. Go. Yeah. No. Alright, they will swarm in less than a day if I have more than 26 flowers, so honestly, we should be able to go back to that beehive tonight. Around 6 p.m. in the game to find out whether or not they're there. You don't have trouble sleeping through a night, you just have trouble sleeping if you never go to sleep at night. I think that's trouble sleeping. You mean like pulling all-nighters? Are you an all-nighter person? Oh. Okay, the storm has waned. So for today, we're gonna pick another direction, and we're gonna seek out what we're looking for. That specific rock type. Oh, no. No, those guys will probably do massive damage to me if they throw one of their spears at me, so I'm gonna avoid them big time. Let's make more bandages. So what do I bring with me as food now? We've eaten all of our pie that we made before. I do have a lot of spelt grain. I was actually thinking I might try to make a windmill. Connect a rotor to a quern. Okay, so I have to attach that to the quern. How do I make the actual windmill, though? You will need 1 windmill rotor, 4 sails, as well as a few axles and gears. So fat, can that be any wood? Cypress, walnut, acacia, larch, ebony, redwood, oak. Okay, oak works. These are weird trees. And maple works as well. We have maple. Okay. Gears. Alright. Yeah, we can think about trying to make, let's make some sails. I need 4 linen and 6 sticks. We're burning through our flax twine, though. We're basically making the the windmill instead of making any armor. Which I'm fine with, I guess. Okay, we have 4 sails. Mechanical power. Windmill rotor, axles, and gears. So I need the hammer, the chisel, some oak sap. Hammer, chisel. Maple works, I think. But I don't currently have any maple. I used it. Oh yeah, this bronze axe, it works pretty fast, buddy. I like it. Let's cut down 1 more. Well, Cameron, I recommend you try magnesium, buddy. Holy shit. Corrupt bowthorn. That was pretty intense. I literally dodged that in real life. Let's go 121. Attempt 16, episode 3, 1 hour, 21 min dodge IRL. Yeah, that'll be a funny short later. Okay. What the hell is the damage on the corrupt bowthorn anyway? Drifter, vintage story. corrupt one. Base attack damage is 7. Okay, so it wouldn't have killed me if it would have hit me, but... So I need a lump of animal fat, 2 logs, and resin. Okay, windmill rotor, done. Axles and gears. Hammer, chisel, log, and fat. We need a lot more fat. Okay, we have the axles, and now I need the gears, which requires a saw and 2 sticks. All right, so hammer right here. Put the saw right there. Chisel in the middle. Sticks on the side. Log. Resin. Fat. Okay. I have no idea how to, like, actually... It says how to build it, so I'll try to figure it out. We're gonna need a taller building, though. Well, it might be fine, the current height that it is. Let's go up here. Yeah, like, I could have my windmills somewhere up here, you know? Looks like the wind is blowing this way, so you know what? Let's, tower this up right here. And then we'll try to place it, like, right there. I probably have to place it while facing it, so I might need to, like, nerd pole up. Or at least build my... Yeah, let's get more packed dirt. Okay. Deposit the tools. I don't think we need them anymore. Head up to the roof. Head out with this. Okay. Why does it keep placing it like that? You know what? Maybe I need to grab my wrench and rotate it. I don't know. You'd think it would place it where it could, like, work. No, I can't rotate that. What the hell? How do I do this? Oh, of course. It goes in the fucking hole. Hang on. Windmill rotor placed sideways, vintage story. The windmill should take its cue from the axle. Place the axle first, apparently. How would that work, though? I don't really know how this would work. Okay. Well, that's spinning. How do I do this? Hang on. Oh, wow. All right, I'm just gonna look up, like, this is way too vague. The whole point to the handbook is that you shouldn't have to Google as much stuff, but this, he needs to improve the handbook entry for this. All right, place an axle at the top or the side of the building. All right, so I need to place the axle on top of that block. And let's grab some food before I get hungry. Why does it say it has 10 wet cranberry mash in there? That can't be right. All right. Oh, wrong way. Bro, that thing goes flying. All right, this needs to face the other way, so like that, right? And then I place the rotor right there, place the sails on the rotor after getting this stuff out of the way anyway. So we have the mechanical power. Now what? Sails are added, 20 maximum. Direct the mechanical power where you want it using angles to extend it, and angled gears to turn at a right angle where needed. So I don't think I can set this up yet. But basically, I need to get more fat, and I need to lower that down here. Okay, so I'm using the gear. Now I just have to extend that down. And then we'll have a granite quern that can make me flour for me. I won't have to do it. All right, cool. Learned something new. Now, what time is it? It's time. We're gonna go check on the bees, where we left the flowers. Let's deposit the wrench. Grab more cranberry juice. All right, and let's go. It's pretty cool to have a windmill. We can make it more and more massive by adding more and more sails, but that's going to require more and more flax. So, long way away, but at least now I'll be happy if I can have the quern grind up a bunch of grain into flour for me, right? Just to automate the process of having that stuff. Make it so I don't have to stand there and grind it whenever I want flour for baking. Oh, Fabio, welcome, buddy. Yeah, this game it's amazing. I love it. It's making the channel boom like never before, and I actually really just love the gameplay loop. I think this game is brilliantly designed. The learning curve is ridiculous, and the handbook doesn't tell you as much as it should in some cases, but I feel like this game's positives far outweigh the negatives. I'm starting to feel like this game is 7 Days to Die for adults. Because it's just that much harder. It requires so much more brain power to learn it and to start to understand the world that you're in. Now, there was a bear over there, and I think it was a brown bear. I might want to try and kill it by building myself a little fighting position. Oh, wow. It's attacking. Nice, killed the caribou. I wasn't expecting that. He just dropped down right in front of us. Yeah, in my experience, Cameron, all of the body's problems boil down to nutrition. Like, all of them, right? Even diabetes is caused by eating habits. Like, everything has to do with some type of nutrient deficiency or eating too much of the same foods, like sugar and carbs, right? In my experience, there's even intricacies, like if you eat too much processed food, then your body depletes its vitamins and minerals to help digest it. Like, eating food that's very processed can actually deplete your vitamins and minerals in your body. Because it requires more of your body to break that food down, because it's complex, right? Yeah, 90% of all of people's health problems can basically just be boiled down. I learned this in my life. I had mental illness galore when I was coming up, like when I was a teenager and then a young adult as well, like into my mid-20s, I had mental problems. Once I started doing intermittent fasting and dabbling in like carnivore diet, ketogenic diet, it started getting a lot better for me. And cold showers too. Taking cold showers made a huge difference for me. Oh, there's the bear. Now, I don't know what kind it is. If it's a brown bear, I should probably have a fighting position for it. Just in case. Where the fuck is it? Oh, that's sus. It was right here. There it is. Is it running away? No. It looks like it might actually be running from us. It's a black bear. I hit it, but it's not coming at us. Interesting. Wow, and then he just fucking kills a boar. Why don't you pick on someone your own caloric density? Oh shit, he's coming? I think. Yep. Alright, yeah, I can usually kill a black bear pretty easily without a fighting position, but we just got a lot of fat, which is gonna help us to set up our automated quern for grinding. So I'm really grateful about that. We'll continue on and check on the bees, but I think I'll leave that fighting position there just in case we need it. That might explain the reason why your body hates cheese so much. Maybe. You never know, buddy. All right. That's sick. Oh, we have a lot of food and fat now. Let's go check on those bees. I got 6 fat, dude. The bees are over here. We planted the flowers, but we don't know if it worked. Because we don't know if the beehive was too high. Oh, it worked. Yeah, we have a populated skep. Okay, so I can take that home, but I'm gonna have to open up some space in the inventory because I have to carry it on my back. I'll get rid of the... I don't know, I like those caribou antlers. I'd kind of like to mount them on my wall. Let's equip this to the offhand. That's a start. And then I can unequip the bag. I'll get rid of the bushmeat. It's not that useful to us. Oh, I don't actually have to get rid of it. It can stay on the belt. And then I grab these flowers. We're gonna need these flowers at base. It is possible that Saturn is correct. I mean, there's Lily of the Valley over there. The only thing that confuses me is that there's daisies and forget-me-nots to my right. All right, there we go. I now have bees to take home. We got it. Right on. And I have a bear hide as well. I can make a bear chest armor with that. And we have way more fat, so we now have automated flour grinding with the windmill. I've never had a windmill before. That's a big deal for us, right? Hey, Chezzy. Good morning with you, buddy. Good morning. You doing okay? Just a little sleep deprived? I feel you, man. I feel you. I was talking about it earlier. I actually took... I was really sleep deprived yesterday. I only got like 4 hours of sleep the previous night. But I took magnesium yesterday night, and it helped me to sleep deeply for 7.5 hours straight. I didn't wake up once. So if you're desperate, I recommend you try magnesium supplements. It helped me to sleep better. It just might help you too, right? Any port in a storm. When you're desperate, right? Like, that's my view of it, is if it might help, then it's good enough. All right, the sun is setting. Let's head home. We're all... No, yeah, we still have some juice. All right, I drank all the juice out of the bucket. We have enough food to get us home. It's awesome that we finally have bees. That'll pair well with our farm. And the windmill is going to allow us to have mechanical power that grinds up flour for us. Let's have a little berry snack right here. Yeah, because I don't know what your sleeping looks like, Chezzy, but with mine, it's like even if I have all the time in the world to sleep, I can't fall asleep. One, and if I do, two, I wake up many times in the night, so I have like disturbed sleep and get inadequate rest. Even if I have 10 hours to sleep, I might only sleep for like 5 hours just because of my body or my brain being a dick, right? But the magnesium last night at least seemed to help with that. So I'm gonna keep up my magnesium experiments. That might even end up being my 24th health cookie. If it works. Finally home. There's our windmill. It's tiny, very tiny, but it is generating some power. All right. Let's see if it's generating enough power is the question. So we can't put the bees in there yet. I'll have to place this down in a safe place. Right there. Let's oil this bear hide first, and then place it on the ground right here. Caribou antlers, we are definitely gonna make like a wall mount out of that. And I have more food now. Let's cook the bushmeat, and then we'll make like 4 servings of, 4 stacks each meat in each slot. Grab some fuel. The problem with bushmeat, it's calories, but it takes forever to cook. That's the main issue with bushmeat. That's why people don't like it. But I guess if you have an abundance of fuel, it's fine, right? Okay. Now, I need more axles, which is lump of fat, resin, I think. No, just lump of fat, wood, and hammer and chisel. I might want to get some sleep. All right, see you later, Chezzy. You take care for now. It was good to see you. It's still really dark. I guess I went to sleep super early, huh? All right, let's try to get this fully set up. It looks like I need one more axle in order to bring it down that far, so we'll craft one more. Fat, wood, hammer, chisel. Done. Nice, look at that. It's actually grinding the quern. Wait, maybe it's not. It was for a second, but there's 2 factors that might influence this. One, if the wind isn't strong enough, that doesn't turn. But 2, yeah, there might not, I might need more sails on that in order for it to actually have the power to grind the quern. See, it turns it for a bit, but then it stops. So we're gonna need more sails. I wonder how many sails. Well, the height also makes a difference. It's windier at higher elevations. We'll see. We have options. Let's grab some food. And then I have to set up a beekeeping area. I'm gonna want some stairs right here, leading down to the gate where the farm is. And maybe what I need is a back door. How much rot do we have? 51? Close, we're close. I need another door. I might want to have like a rear exit here. We really don't have that much space in here though. Maybe I can try to min-max the space a little bit. Put the campfire right there, for example. And then have a door. I need room for shelving, but I can stack the shelving all over this place, and then I can just have a little ladder for it. Even a 7x7x7 doesn't seem like enough when you really get things going. Alright, deposit that. Let's make more sails. I'm using all of my linen on it though, so I just hope this works. If not, it'll seem like a big waste of time. I also wonder if going higher would work, but... Alright, I made 4 more sails. Let's attach those to the windmill. And hopefully that quern starts grinding when we do. Fuck, well I tried. That's annoying. You can't take the sails apart to get the cloth back, right? I'd imagine. Wind speed is only 6% though, apparently. It might have to do with the wind speed right now. Yeah, it could just be lower wind speed. Well, you know what? Let's, easy way to find out is we're going to put that right there, connect it to the quern, and then we're gonna put a stack of grain in there and see if it ends up producing into flour eventually. All right. Yeah, hopefully that works. The wind speed is highly variable. If I build higher, we'll have more wind, but I would have to increase the height of that tower, and I would need to craft more axles in order for it to reach a functional area. Hang on, yeah, 5 of those. One of them's over here. Okay. Grab our cooking pot. 17 meat. Wait for the wind. Are you saying I didn't need 4 more sails? Potentially. Yeah, I don't know, like, how high is, like, necessary. And I don't know how much power the quern needs. Alright, well, I tried. I doubled up the sails. Put the cooking pot down. Make a hefty-ass meal. Why did it do that? Yeah, even distribution. Why is it doing that? Why is it, like, doing it in a different quantity? It works here. I guess it's trying to default to 6, right? But that's annoying. Why is it doing that? That's so annoying. Question is, will it fix if I leave the game and come back in? Because when you hold left click and drag, it's supposed to evenly distribute it. It's not supposed to just scatter it in random quantities like that. Yeah, no, it's just a bug. A bug that I hope gets fixed soon. All right. Yeah, we have to build a beekeeping area. I'm just gonna collect these tree cuttings and maybe put the beekeeping area over here someplace. Alright, let's make some fences. Wattle fences, I believe, just require a bunch of sticks, right? Okay. So there's gonna be flowers here. It doesn't really matter, but for maximum, so let's do flowers here and then bees, flowers, bees, flowers, bees, flowers, bees. And I think 4 rows is more than enough. Now I need a gate to put right here. And I could use some cobble stairs. Any soil and any stone, making a walking path. Okay, we have some meals here in a crock pot stored. It'll last a good long time. I don't think any raccoons are getting in there. Let's grab the wattle gate that we have. Don't we have a wattle gate? Regardless, we can make one. I just need 3 sticks and a knife. All right, let's put the flowers in there. So we have 32 flowers. That should be enough for all the bees in there. Now I need a whole bunch of skeps. We're probably going to need more cattails. In fact, this is the point where we want to start thinking about like a cattail farm type of thing. Let's just hang on. Let's deposit. All right, it's a start. I need to widen this by 1 more, I think. Yeah, I do. There we go. Having the windmill rotor connected to a big wheel will quintuple its power output, but it will go slower. Big wheel. Is it like a big gear? Hang on, I think large gear. Drops when broken. I don't know. I don't know what you mean. I do recognize, like, I think I saw a large gear or whatever. All right, so let's grab these bees. We're gonna place them in the middle-ish, like right here, so they spread outward to the others. And then put this one here. We're gonna make it so the bees travel to every row and expand outward. We'll need more skeps to fully fill it, but hang on, let me look at mechanical power. Maybe it'll tell me what I need. Large wooden gear. Oh god, that's very expensive. Yeah, I can't make that. Holy shit. Okay. We had enough wind to get 7 flour. I guess I'll just leave that there, and hopefully we'll have a period of time where there's just, like, enough wind, you know? But I don't really have enough flax twine for making another set of sails. Let's go check on the garden over here. It's been a while. Oh, yeah. Look at all these turnips. It looks like we're almost done here. The parsnips are pretty much the last crops that are going to have to grow. And then we can take that apart. We're going to be able to finish building our bear hide armor. I'll have a black bear chest piece, but brown bear helmet and legs. The black bear chest piece will have less of a movement speed debuff, which is nice. Oh, almost. I can almost make another barrel of compost. Let's put the hides over here. Turnip City, buddy. And I think I'm gonna move this fire. Put it like right here. And then no, we don't really need an exit right there. It would be nice to have like throughput, but I could use this also as a shelf wall for crock pots and stuff, so. Yeah, that'll do, I guess. Or I could have the table over there and have the box over here. I do feel like I'm trying to cram it in, but maybe now, actually, I'll just move this over. Yeah. Put it right there in the back corner. Yeah, now we have more space. We can make this look a little bit cleaner. Move that over one more block. And then campfire, maybe like right there. Although... campfire right here. Table right there. Oven right there. The light radius on these lamps is pretty weak. It won't do much to prevent spawns from where they are, but we'll do a little bit. Let's make some shelves. For that, I'm gonna need more sticks though, so let's grab our shears. Yeah, organizing the pantry I find so hard. And ever since I learned, it used to be easy, but ever since I found out you can cook in the cellar, now it feels like I'm always cramped for space, you know? Let's go plant these apple trees, wherever. These require N nutrients, which N is this middle row right here. So we don't actually have enough space to plant these. But I can use, like, the next row over. All right. Yeah, I gotta admit, I probably wouldn't make the windmill again. It just doesn't seem consistent at all. I wasted so much of my cloth on this. Like, it just feels like it wasn't even worth it, right? I could just spend some time making a shitload of flour. Like, it really feels like this was a waste. I honestly, I'm tempted to just delete these blocks and give myself the resources back that I used to craft all of it. Because this just feels like it was a massive waste. And I don't like the feeling it's giving me, you know? And if I had known, like this, with the experience I now have, I wouldn't build that again. So I do think I'm just gonna refund myself the resources on creative and get rid of all that. Yeah. All right, GMC, creative mode set. Hang on, GMS. Yeah, so I still have my inventory. Let's do this deliberately and carefully. I'm gonna deposit these. And then I need a chest. Just one. To hold everything that I'm gonna be refunding. I don't want to be doing stuff in creative mode with items in my inventory, like they might get deleted or something. Yeah, store that. GMC. Hang on. Gotta deposit more of the stuff on my belt, because I don't technically have an inventory when I'm on creative. So, here we go, GMC. I need to refund 3 helpings of axles, a rotor, and a gear. So that means I need 3 animal fat and 3 maple logs. So these are officially refunded. Now we have to do the gears and the rotor, which is maple, resin, and fat with 2 sticks. Okay. The gears are done. Rotor. Fat, 2 logs, and resin. Okay, that is refunded. Now, 8 sails. That's costly. It's the main reason why I want to go back on this. So, I need 12 sticks and 4 linen normal stitches. Yeah, 100%. And then get rid of these. And I think that's it. I think we're fine now. So /GMS. Survival mode is back. Let's drop those sails in there. And now it's like it never happened. Because I have to admit, that windmill was a waste of time. And resources. Like, when you weigh the windmill against tailored gambus and armor, it's no contest. And I won't be trying to do that again. Yeah, the windmill, in my opinion, comes after you have tailored gambison. And if you do it before, you're wasting a lot of precious, precious resources. Yeah. All right, pretty soon we are gonna have our last piece of bear armor. The bees will repopulate. Let's grab the scythe, place down the quern. Five, 4, 3, 1, 2. Okay, and then let's plant these pink apple trees. Wherever. I mean, probably just like out here, right? Beautiful. Now, I'm gonna need more cattails in order to make more bee shit. We need more bee shit. Maybe I'll just, you know what? This gets a lot easier if I stop trying to have the table beside that. Beside the oven. Like, I could have the table right here, for example. I don't know. We need shelves, though. So since I had some sticks refunded to me... Oh, and I have to get rid of that axle, too. Yeah, we shouldn't have that axle. MaliCiouS. Be gone with you. So, how do I make the shelf, huh? Oh, that's planks, not sticks. Alright, we'll use maple. I don't like the look of those. Okay. Now I need to eat. Okay. Put some shelves down. I guess I'll just leave this shit here. Like, it kind of works. We have the shelves for storing crocks of food. You can technically place those above those vessels, but it looks kind of weird. Can't really do a wraparound shelf. All right, let's get some sleep. And then we'll get some sticks in the morning as well as cattails. I might want to actually gather a bunch of cattail stalks so that I can make my own cattail farm here at base. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I definitely went too high on this, but you know what? We're gonna go back on the height. Yeah, I'm just gonna lower it a little bit. I can lower the roof just fine. And then we can repurpose those blocks for building the room, the last room up here. Mm-hmm. But I have to be quick about it. Also careful. I mean, I might end up getting hit by one of those bow thorns. I am starting to realize that you may as well just make bronze tools once you have access to the tin. Because when you think about it, you're using almost... it's like, when you use the copper, do you want that copper to go toward a copper pickaxe or a bronze one? Right? Because you can either use 20 copper making a pickaxe, or you can use like what, 3 or 4, something like that. I think the ratio is 18 to 2 cassiterite, 18 copper to 2 cassiterite, so it ends up being like roughly 4 copper nuggets to make a bronze pickaxe. And the cassiterite, you use so little of it, right? Is it just me, or am I mining faster when I stand still? Oh my god, I think you do mine faster when you stand still. When you listen, you can tell by the noises. Listen. 4 hits, right? And then if I'm moving, 5 hits, right? So it's slightly faster to mine when you just stand still. And that same principle may apply to everything else in the game, whether it's cattails or dirt or cutting down a tree. So if you move, you harvest it that little bit slower. That's interesting. I actually kind of like that. That's pretty cool. All right, let's seal this up again. Grab all that. We'll repurpose this cobblestone for continued base work. And I now have enough rot to justify making a new barrel and starting a new batch of compost. So we're gonna do that. Boom. Oh yeah, we got almost 2 stacks of cobblestone back for that. Totally worth it in my opinion. Yeah, we'll have a shorter cellar. And now we can build more of the house. And I was thinking what might be the most cost-effective and easiest to mass-produce roof. And I actually think it might be like a wooden plank type of roof. I think so. I can't say for certain yet, but I believe so. Yeah, I much prefer that. It's more reasonably sized, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. That's way better. So, let's see here. These roof blocks, the slanted roofs. Planks you can easily mass produce, which... although that is pretty expensive. Let's look up cost-effective roof vintage story. Thatch is not cost-effective. The labor is what you go through with thatch. I mean, it's okay if your house is small, but if you have a massive house and you need a lot of roof blocks, that's pretty rough. Clay shingles, cobblestone. You can have a cobble roof, eh? Well, that red ceramic shit does look pretty damn nice, doesn't it? Well, I think I'll just do a slanted pine roof. Like, we'll do pine roofing. Oh, I used the wrong fucking tool. I mean, I guess it's all right. I'm gonna have to find a use for this. You know what? We needed firewood anyway. I just wish I didn't use the pine wood for it. Let's go cut down some pine trees. I need pine planks to build that roof. Grab the saw. I'm gonna want a lot of pine. And we have the scythe. We're gonna gather some cattails over there. Also sticks. Yeah, this is a multi-purpose looting run. We can get a lot done here. And our tools are so good, it really won't take long to make a lot of progress. Especially if I now, like, if I know now that if I stand still, I can mine things faster, so. Let's eat. It's only a partial serving, but it will stave off our hunger for a minute. Maybe I'll find some berries out here to tide us over in the meantime. And the beautiful part is, once I build a house that I'm happy with in this playthrough, I'll know how to do it in every other playthrough. Leaking pine log? We don't want to destroy that, actually. That can generate a sap, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, leave the leaking logs, because that's like, that's where trees bleed sap, you know? It's kind of a darker color on the surface of it. You can see it. I don't see any leak spots on this one. It's a massive one, too. All right, that should be enough planks for now to get a good start. I'm gonna put that on there so I know not to cut it down. Yeah, if we just mark the trees that can produce sap, you know, then we're fine. Let's pivot and go get some cattails now after I plant these pine seeds that I got. Fun fact, apparently, if you plant pine trees, it does not, I repeat, it does not produce sap. Only the pre-generated trees do at this time. Unless it changed in an update, but from the information I found online, you can't replicate sap production. Only the trees that generate at the beginning of the game can have it. All right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna run through here with the scythe. We're gonna gather all of these cattails, and then I'm gonna uproot them and bring them back to base. I wonder if there's a faster way to harvest them. Would it be faster with the Falks? No, you can't even do it with the Falks. Fair enough. Hey, Zuzi. Welcome, hottie. How you doing?
I'm having a
Oh, what's cooking? Food?
Are you hungry?
I kinda, yeah. What's on the menu? All right. Is it pasta or is it something? Well, I don't know. Yeah, what is it? Okay. It's probably schnitzel or something. I don't have any food. We'll have to go back and eat, but we'll come back here and continue. We got the pine logs done. Food. Eat. Bandage. Top up our serving. Now we are ready for another eat later. Hang on, didn't I have 2 stacks of cobblestone just about? No, I had to rebuild the roof. Yeah, it makes perfect sense. All right, let's keep going. Look at that hanging vine up there. It's clinging for dear life. It doesn't look like you actually harvest the cattail roots faster when you're standing still than you do when you're, like, moving. So it might not apply to the cattails the same way that it applies to mining stone. best part about gathering your own cattails and planting them at your base is that you can set them up in such a way where you get maximum effect out of the scythe, right? And we'll keep on seeking out borax soon. Borax is less required now. I might actually be able to survive 3 hits from a bear once I get that bearskin chest piece on me. I don't really want to test it out. If I did test it out, I'd only test it out against like a black bear, something like weaker and slower. But I may be able to survive like 2 swings from a bear with the 3rd hit killing me. As long as I'm decked out in full bear armor with a decent health pool. 49 rhizomes. We're gonna want at least 60. It's a good chance to use up our knife, and I think that we'll make a bronze knife next time. I'm falling in love with these bronze tools. They're crazy durable, dude. With a really fast work speed. All right, we now have 60. I'm calling that done. We're gonna plant those. I'll be able to harvest all 60, ideally in 10 swings. Okay, so I'm thinking we lay out our cattail farm over here. It should be impossible for me to like accidentally harvest the flowers in there because the fence separates them. And the radius of the scythe is only a 2x3, so even if I harvest right here, you know, it's not gonna harvest. It doesn't even look like I'm actually gonna be putting flowers in there. It's mostly gonna just be skeps. All right, fair enough. Yeah, that's a skep row more than a flower row. It's gonna be one hell of a cattail mile here. Beautiful. We have 60 cattails planted at base now, right next to the bees. We can gather that with the scythe every single time that they regrow. let's make more skeps with the cattails that we did get. I have 4. So we'll go 1, 2, 3, and 4. Yeah, this is nice. It looks like we have room for a few more flowers in here, so let's go place them. Glorious. Now let's make a bunch of pine planks. And we're gonna try to start building our roof. Oh yeah, that's a lot of planks. Okay. So for the roof of the pantry, like the cellar, I'm thinking we just do a sloped roof that leads up to the wall here. I want it to be as minimal work as possible. And I might be able to do it all with just one type of roof. So these. Yeah. It's gonna be expensive, mind you, but we can do it. It's not like there's a shortage of pine trees in the world, right? We have 48 slanted pine roofs. Let's start with that. And I think we're just gonna use dirt underneath that. It's nice and cheap, plentiful. And we're gonna try to conceal it. Let's see here. Hang on. Pine roof. There's not really like a pine roof side shingle, but I could probably get away with just putting pine blocks. We'll see. Pine plank blocks, right? On the edges. Yeah, I think we'll get away with that. So let's go build it. Maybe I don't need the dirt in there. Let's put down the pine planks. It looks like that's the proper orientation if I place them this way. Like that. Yeah, something like this, right? Going up to the stone wall over there. And then I can actually place these without having dirt underneath it, which is nice. In fact, I might be able to use that space as a room extension or something. Possibly. I doubt it, but it is a possibility. We'll see. Maybe this is the episode where I finally build a house that I'm like super proud of, you know? Maybe it's finally happening. Okay, I am liking it so far. And then, yeah, we can potentially... What's on the other side of this wall? It's off kilter, but I could have a staircase leading to like an upper level. This could be a place with a little bit more space, for example. Yeah, I like that idea. Have a little staircase right there leading up. It gives the base, you know, it's accentuation. It's actually better to not have a perfectly even floor there because it's personality, right? All right, let's make more planks. And then more pine plank blocks and additional planks. All right. Now, let's eat a little bit of lunch. I don't need these dirt blocks like I thought I would. Let's deposit them. And grab some stone stairs so we can actualize that idea. We're gonna chisel these steps and these ones later. We can make this base look really beautiful, and I think I'm finally getting on board with that, you know? So that's a midpoint. I think we'll put the stairs right here. I'll open concept this probably and just have like stairs all throughout there. Okay. Wow, my voice just cracked? That hasn't happened since high school, dude. Right on. I'm a growing boy. All right, we now have 24 more roof blocks prepared. And we are seemingly like almost done with the roof over here. I think it's gonna look real good. Beautiful. Hop over here. Shit, didn't make it. Okay, up to the very top floor. Let's put a dirt block right there. Beautiful. Okay, that looks copacetic. All I need to do now is place the ramps right here, across there. And then build the cobblestone wall on that side to make it an enclosed space. And it looks like we may actually be able to have room extensions on 2 levels of the upper floors, maybe. Like, I could extend, like, put a ceiling right here, right? And then have an extended floor plan. Interesting. I do really like it, buddy. I like it. Let's grab these stones back. Who knows? How happy are we gonna be with this base? It's looking like we could end up pretty fucking happy with it. I can put stone slabs there to sort of fill in the ceiling space. All right. Yeah, we will narrow down those steps. I like this. I like it a lot. Let's grab stone slabs. Put them right here. Very nice. Now, I think we're just gonna go ahead and raise this wall. We can always change our minds later if we really want to, but I'm gonna raise the wall for now. And then, you know, we have like this little area, right? Built into the roof of the pantry. Let's take a look from outside. I like it. And you know what? That will look better. It does seem kind of weird. Maybe, do I want that to be stone? I feel like it would have weird cutoff points if it was made of stone, wouldn't it? Yeah, that wooden wall there would end up. However, that's where the chiseling comes in handy. Apparently you can actually add blocks, so we'll think about remodeling that later. I might even do a wraparound roof, but I doubt it. I could, but it would just look stranger than even this. Let's make that. Okay. Yeah. So we're gonna use this as the test right here. I'm gonna try to chisel some wood into that corner to make it look more or less like angled upward. And we're gonna see if we can do something aesthetically pleasing out of that, right? So grab the hammer and the chisel. Let's grab the pine slabs. I already have the stone slabs, so let's say we grab this block. Wait. It looks like I can't actually chisel this, the roof block, but I can chisel these. Drop blocks here to add a material. Okay, what if I drop this pine slab right there? Oh, wow. Look at that. Oh my god, that's cool. Are you serious? Oh, that's dope. Okay, so I can technically convert these into stone blocks and then do something like that going all the way up. Oh, wow, man. That's fascinatingly cool. All right, let's get rid of these wood blocks right here. Yeah, we have to carry this out to its natural conclusion and really see, like, expand upon the limits of what's possible here. Let's go to sleep, and then I think I'll be able to make my bare chest piece. chiseling is a fascinating mechanic. It opens up so much creativity and personal decision into the way that you do your base, and it makes ugly things beautiful. It's a way for you to have complete creative agency over the process, right? All right. Now, instead of using this pelt to make armor, I think I'm gonna sever the head from the pelt first. Now we have the bear head and the pelt, and then I can make the bear hide body armor, which requires bones, rope, and the hide itself. Yeah, black bear hide body armor. And then, as an added bonus, I can actually make a black bear hide helmet, which will have better walk speed than the brown one, right? Beautiful. So let's swap those. Oh yeah, that's cool. I like that a lot, buddy. That's sick. All right. So I have black bear hide body armor and helmet. Our walk speed is now kind of more or less the same, actually. Yeah, beautiful. I'm only missing 5% of it, which is great. And if I can... Oh, wow. If I can get rid of the brown bear hide leg armor, I could swap it out with black bear hide leg armor later, and it would grant me better mobility. I just got a temporal gear too, which is pretty frickin' awesome. Yeah, let's get some sleep. I already slept, so it's like first thing in the morning then. We're still living off this meat stew. It's tiding us over quite well. Do I have any bronze ingots? No, I used them all. I'm gonna have to smelt more, so let's do that. So the correct ratio for tin bronze. 92 nuggets and 8 tin. That means 16 tin. Well, that's 5 ingots. So yeah, we'll do that. 8 tin and 92 copper. 8 cassiterite. And 92 copper. I am so excited to do that chiseling on the roof, man. Let's deposit these blocks. Grab the crucible, put that in there. Take out the firewood, put that in here. Put peat in there. That'll bring it up to temperature and prepare it for the coal insertion. All right, 500 units of tin bronze. Let's get it lit. And then I'm gonna need my ingot molds. Only 5 of them, but we'll leave them here next to where the fire is. Deposit the temporal gear. I don't know why those don't stack. I feel like they should. They probably will in the future. All right. Deposit that. I'd like to start chiseling, but we have to wait until these ingots are done. Okay. All right, there we go. We're burning the coal, bringing it up to temperature. We got quite a homestead forming here, man. Right on. Look at all those bees. Oh, that's beautiful. This is, I think we're finally coming into our own fully in this series. Even the way I'm learning chiseling now is such a massive deal. I need these cobblestone blocks. Let's check on this. I don't know if that's gonna finish or not, but we'll come back after like 2 minutes and check on it. We gotta convert all of these blocks into stone, and then we can chisel the wood into them in sort of like a stair steps pattern. The chisel is extraordinary. Whatever holes are still in the game, I have to admit, the dev absolutely fucking cooked with chiseling. It's unbelievably good. Like, okay, we've collected all the wood. Now we need to put the cobblestone blocks. Let's go check on the crucible. It does look like it's probably gonna finish with the amount of coal we put in there. Let's go place these. Okay, and then we'll do the chiseling outside. Let's grab the tongs and pour this into the ingot molds. Five bronze ingots coming in hot, and we can replace our knife when these are sufficiently cooled. Beautiful. Let's grab whatever wood fell down here. And let's begin. So, as you guys can see, that looks very blocky, very like Minecrafty, right? But I can blend it like this, right here, what you're seeing right there with the hammer and chisel. That is, I'm fucking blown away by the absolute convenience of that mechanic. All right, so, add the material. You have to get pretty high, like it's dangerous, right? I wouldn't want to fall from this height, but it works. The only thing I wish is I wish that the pine slab material would stay there even when I went to a new block. That's like the only problem I have with this system. And I might use ladders instead of dirt blocks. Because I think you can place the ladders like blocks apart and it still works, but I don't know if I'll be able to do the chiseling on the ladder. We'll see. We can suspend ourselves on the ladder. That does work. Add that block, select it. That is just amazing, dude. I want to show this to Zuzi. She's just not really around. I'm thinking, at this point, less work to access it from up here. Okay. That is so amazing, man. And it gradually consumes the block while you do it. All right, so let's go take a look at the finished product of all of that. And then I might actually want a little bit more roofing for this. It's hard to say. Hang on. See, that looks smooth. That's like a smooth, it follows the curve instead of being like too rigid and blocky. Mind blown. Okay. I don't think I want to do another, Okay, hang on. We're gonna have to figure out a way to do that. Let's grab stone slabs. I feel like they might be key here. Yeah, this is supposed to be the wall. So let's put a couple of blocks there so we can observe that. Okay, so I might not actually want to do that part. I wonder if I could make that blend just a little bit, though. Oh my fucking god, I damn near did. Yeah, I can't really, I don't know of a better way to do that. I suppose I should just keep it flush with the wall. That seems, yeah, we're gonna totally accept that. I mean, I'm really happy with this mechanic. I really want to show it to Zuzi. She's just not around right now. I think she'll go nuts over that, though. Hang on. Okay, well, I just put on the water for a new coffee. I went over to see Zuzi to see if she'd come over and look at this, but then I was given the most pleasant surprise. She's actually making mac and cheese, homemade mac and cheese, which I'm just super thrilled about because you can't get craft dinner here in the Czech Republic. So, well, you can, but you have to order it online and it's crazy expensive. All right, let's make another barrel. I have enough rot to make more compost. Beautiful. That's 3 barrels of compost that we now have. And I'm gonna have to do the other side of the roof. But honestly, I could take a break from building the house right now. I say, let's finish that side of the roof, provided the durability of the chisel allows for that, right? And then we'll take a little break from this and go look for, what do you call it? We'll go look for borax, because I still need borax. Not to be confused with borat. All right. Damn it. Okay, got it. Now we do the next block. All right. Oh, hang on. That looks different. And I think it's actually because I'm using planks instead of... Hang on. Planks instead of a slab. How do I make a slab again? Oh, it has to be made right. Okay. Wait, isn't there a rotate option? Rotate. Oh, no, that just rotates what's there. Flip? Okay, can I rotate like a single thing? No. All right. I'll have to go grab the more slabs. I need more slabs because they're sideways facing, so it's perfect for that. I have more slabs. Let's go. I wonder if there's a difference in whether I use the auto placement one or I don't, we'll find that out later. We're good. Yeah, see, these planks are sideways facing, which makes them perfect for what we're trying to do. I can't believe this is a thing. This is one of the most brilliantly designed mechanics that I have ever seen in my goddamn life. I think I'll leave the top block undone so I can show it to Zuzi later. I'll leave those undone. Yeah, we're good for now. We are good. That is one of the greatest mechanics I have ever seen in a game in my fucking life. All right, and we are gonna require more cobblestone, granite cobblestone to be exact. And we can now make more bronze tools, so let's do that. I don't know exactly how many or what tools I want. We already have a bronze pickaxe. I could potentially use a bronze sword, but like we already have the bronze spear. I don't know. That sword is good. The question is, would the bronze sword allow me to kill drifters in one less swing? And I doubt it. I highly doubt that it would. I need a new chisel. I think I'll make a bronze hammer, bronze chisel, and bronze knife out of these. That sounds good to me. Yeah, let's do it. Let's grab some food. This is my last serving, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we'll have to cook more food. Or, for now, I grab the bucket. And I drink juice. Oh, Susie. Yeah, I just turned that on. I want to show you that mechanic. That smells really good. Okay.
I want you to take a bite and tell me how it is. It's different than Farfidnugn.
It does taste pretty good. I like it. It's different. It's not worse. Here, check this out. So look at that, right?
So huge.
And now I left this open so you could see it. The blocks on the top, that's unaltered. And all of this is what I was able to do with the chisel.
Oh,
You can blend it, right? Normally that's what it looks like. It's a square on top of another square. It looks horrible, right? But you can actually, I'll show you how the mechanic works right now while I've got you here.
well, I watched you do it to the shelving.
But you can actually, I learned something new today where you can increase, like you can add new block types to it. So I have the chisel, I have my hammer. Check this out. Equip that. And I just need ladders right here. Yeah, check this out. So I go up. All right, look at this. So I take out the chisel. I select the block. I can actually drag this over here to add a material. And then when I remove these, I can replace them with my chosen material.
Oh, that's
Yeah, this is a cobblestone block, but I'm chiseling. I'm chiseling pine planks into it. Yeah, crazy. I thought you'd be more blown away by it.
It is really nice.
It is.
I already told you that it's really awesome. So the initial, it wore off the initial thing. I expected that it's gonna look like that, so
Right on.
yeah. I like the mechanic itself. It gives you
It is
more freedom.
very innovative, yeah.
Well, enjoy your mac and cheese while it's hot.
Thank you,
It's gonna
sweetie.
get gross when it's cold, so regular way.
Hmm.
Obviously, this is base. I'm gonna work on that recipe myself later on. Now that I know how easy it is to actually make this,
Was it really easy?
it was pretty easy.
Right on.
It's more lengthy, obviously, and the process is more complicated than craft dinner, but that's the idea.
Hmm.
But this is.
And you can spice this uniquely and stuff. So the cheese sauce, how did you make the cheese sauce and how does it differentiate from the cheddar cheese pile?
Well, there's different cheese in that we put in and I made a roux.
This is, oh my god.
The more you eat, the better it is.
Yeah. Alright guys, I'll be right back. I'm gonna take a lunch break, okay? I'll be back in 5 minutes. Yeah, I want a hug. I apologize for the wait, guys, but I'm grateful that you were patient. That mac and cheese is now firmly resting in my gullet. So, progress check. So far, we have a beautiful farm. We have a whole bunch of bee skeps. We found bees, a couple of fruit trees planted. The roof looks okay. It totally looks okay. I'm kind of fine with that. We're gonna have that wall go higher eventually. So basically the way we've done it is the roof goes into the side of the wall type thing. And then, so this is gonna be, this to that is gonna be just a vertical box where we're gonna attach our windmill and also a lightning rod, right, for storm protection. And we're gonna have a pyramid-shaped roof at the top, I think. Some sort of a pyramid-shaped roof. I am very happy with the result. Let's grab some berry juice. I did not prepare other foods. Yeah, cranberry juice is what we have the most of, so we'll eat that right now. I'm gonna heat up these ingots. I think 3 is enough. We already came up with a plan for what we'd like to craft. I will remember what that plan is momentarily, I'm sure. Right, I need a new hammer, a new chisel, and a new knife. Fair enough. Let's deposit the bronze in here. Okay, and put a little bit of coal in. Just 1 coal will do. And let's get it lit. Wonderful. I don't think we've produced any honeycombs yet. These are all occupied. These flowers are kind of, they're a bad choice for flowers. What's up with that? Nearby flowers 50. That's fine. It's actually fine. A cave-in just happened over there. Yeah, I don't see any honey. I wonder if it tells, I think it says that it's ready for harvest if it's ready for harvest. So we don't need to worry about being able to see in that hole, but you can use that hole as an indicator. It turns brown when the bees live in it, and it turns gold when it's ready for harvest. But there should also be, like, I think a tooltip indicating that when we look at it. All right, let's get reshaping this metal and make our tools. Starting with a chisel. No hammer, just in case. Just in case our current hammer breaks, it'd be nice to have another one already done. How on earth will I get this done? I can move those over. And then, okay, I can also move these. Like that. I've never made a hammer this way before. It seems really hard to have enough resources to get it done. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. I think we're good. Yeah, we have enough. It's the first time I've ever forged a hammer like this, so it seemed really new and weird. Okay. Now I need a stick. And we have our bronze hammer. Very nice. Let's grab another ingot. Make the chisel. Drink some more juice. Keep on working. Okay, chisel is done. Let's dump it in the water so it cools and make a knife blade. Tin bronze knife blade. Pretty sure this hammer is gonna survive the task of making the knife, but it won't survive very long past that. We'll just use it to crack open some copper nuggets when we find them or something. Beautiful. Nice. We got really powerful. We pretty much have an almost full roster of bronze tools now. I'm happy to see it. All right, I should make an actual meal. We don't have any meat. Perhaps I make veggie pies. That sounds like a great way to spend some time. I'll make more flour. Spelt flour. All right, so hold right click, press escape, let go of right click, let go of escape, and then look down. Okay, I can now, yeah, I'm watching myself make it. Oh, I'm consuming more hunger. I have to... grab that, put it down right here. Yeah, unequip the tongs, put them in there. Same with the hammer. And the chisel. And I have to sleep. Sleeping is most important because it keeps your crops growing, you know? It drains hunger, yes, and you can work through the night, but your crops will grow slower if you don't sleep. Anyway, another 5 minutes and I will totally be able to pour my next coffee. We're gonna be making an absurd amount of turnip pie. I also have to go back to the garden. I think the first garden that we made, because I think we still have about 3 onions planted in there, even though we've harvested the rest of it. So far, no sign of a pending temporal storm. I'm gonna Here, let's close this gate. Make sure I'm safe. Close that. Now, I'm gonna go pour my coffee while we continue grinding the quern. I'll be right back. Living that calm, peaceful, yet also kind of hardcore homestead life. This is the shit right here. And if I can manage to get my hands on just a little bit more flax fiber, then we'll be able to make our tailored gambeson chest piece. But right now, I'm less worried because we're no longer wearing the improvised armor. I have all 3 pieces of my armor equipped are bear armor. 2 of them black bear, 1 of them brown bear. We're only losing 5% of our movement speed, but we have considerably greater protection and insulation against the weather. And we have a substantial amount of available pelts for making warm clothes in the winter. We're not going to make those warm clothes for a while. Not until the temperature actually necessitates it. Okay. You know what? That's good enough. Yeah, we have a lot of flour now. Beautiful. Over a stack of spelt flour. So it takes... how much does it take? It's 4 dough per pie. So I'm thinking we make 10 pies. However, making 10 pies would require 80 turnips, which I do have. Okay, fair enough. Okay. We're gonna want to use our oldest turnips first, though. Yeah, these ones, so 64 and then 16 more. Okay. Now, let's preheat that. Yeah. We're gonna want the maximum available length of time. We're making a lot of pies. A lot of them. It's fucking Pie City up in here. Alright, let's fill this bucket with water and start to make some dough. I'm so glad I learned how to do this. Basically, you can interact with stuff while your inventory's open, so I'll do it once for you guys. I have the liters of water, I have the flour. I'm gonna take all the dough, press 1. If you press 1, it moves the item to that slot in your belt. Right-click the water, go back here, press 1 again, and then it teleports it from slot 1 to that slot. Really, really useful. All right. Now let's prepare our first pie. And start cooking it. Now we just keep on making wash, rinse, and repeats of that same pie. And then they'll stack when they're done. And we're never gonna have to wonder what we're eating for a while. I don't think I've ever mass-produced this much pie at the same time before. Having a second clay oven would increase output, but I feel like I make pie so rarely that it's kind of okay if we just do all of our cooking at once. Okay, turnip pie is done. Hey, Zuzi. Well, we are, yeah. Okay. Now we just have to bake all of these. $540 satiety per slice of pie is really not that bad. Beautiful. Just had a fucking massive pie bake-a-thon. All right, now, as some of you know, many of you, I'm sure by this point, I live in the Czech Republic, but I recently moved here. My mom is still back in Canada. I miss her dearly. We're just going to spend 5 minutes calling, okay? Yeah, any time now. I wonder if you can eat a part-baked pie. I'd imagine you might be able to, but it would probably come at the malice of less satiety or perhaps less storage time. Couldn't tell you. Don't really know. I wonder, do you actually even need a table? You might not. Yeah, what I'm wondering is, do you need a table to make a pie, or can you just make one on the ground? Okay, so yeah, you do at least, you don't need a table to cut the pie, but you do need a table to form the pie. I think we're gonna eat the next pie that we've made. Beautiful. 2 slices to be more or less full. Hang on. Minimum pie baking temperature, vintage story. Okay, so the minimum temperature is 160 degrees, it looks like. I wonder if a partial pie or a whole pie preserves better. I think they're the same, because it said it lasts for 24 days on that table, and these last 24 days in here. But the vessel also has a reduction value. So let's try putting a whole pie into the clay vessel and see what it says. I don't know if we'll be able to finish all the pies on the heat in there, but we'll try. It's at 200. Apparently, it'll still bake as long as it's above like 160. All right, let's put this in there. So 24 days, 24 days. It's pretty much the same. But I do like how if you make the same pie, like the same exact same pie with the exact same dough type and the exact same filling, it stacks the slices. So this is probably the best stackable food source you could have. I don't know that we're gonna have enough temperature in there to finish making these pies. But I mean, by rights, I could just bake more. We'll see. I'm curious. I'm gonna see what the temperature is when I place the pie in there and what it is when the pie is done. Try to get an idea of how many pies I can bake per degree point. But there is the added variable that it's possible at least that the temperature goes down at a faster rate the cooler it gets. So it was like, what, 189? It's weird, but closing the door doesn't even seem to improve my spoil timers. I thought it did. All right, I'll be right there. It looks like it took roughly 10% to cook it. All right, be right back. Well, thank you so much for your patience, everybody. We had a really wonderful talk with my mom. We caught up. The cats are doing good. Mom's doing good. Everything is just fine. Oh, she's even got a new boyfriend now. Right on, romance. Oh, we have a lot of bees, buddy. I like this. I really appreciate the patience you guys exhibited. I was worried that, you know, a whole bunch of you would leave while I had the call, but it's very respectful you're still here. I really appreciate it. Okay, now, we could continue to expand on the whole cattails thing. Let's cut this up. Part baked. Yeah, I don't think we'll be able to bake the second turnip pie. I think it needs to have like a certain temperature in order to bake, and we're about to lose that certain temperature, but if I need to, I'll just put like one piece of firewood in there to get it up to heat again. All right, yeah, let's put one piece of wood in there and burn it, and that should do. Oh yeah, so it looks like 8 pies is the perfect number. If you make 8 pies, it gives you 32 slices, which is, it's stackable, right? 32 pie slices in a stack. All right, let's throw this baby in there. Come on, burn away. Burn away, firewood, come on. There we go. Yeah, we have a trail of cattails here. It's 3 blocks wide and very long. We'll be able to use the scythe to harvest those rapidly. A lot of the trees we planted have begun growing too. That's nice, and it looks like we're approaching fall. August, yeah. God damn, it's the 9th of August, which means it's about to be September. Tevion Holland, hello. How are you doing? Ahoy, as they say in the Czech Republic. I don't know what's up with the Czech Republic. Everybody's a pirate, but we made a whole bunch of pie. We'll be eating well for quite a while. A very, very good long time. Let's go check on the first farm that we made and see if those final few crops are done growing. Beautiful, buddy. All right, let's go. I have another bucket, don't I? Yeah, this will be the bucket that we carry around. I'm doing pretty good. Hell, never better. Never better, Tavion. Those parsnips will take a while. I'm thinking I'll probably just take apart the garden now. Can we take these apart to get like a refund or something? It doesn't look like it. I am sold on tin bronze tools though, man. These are so durable. I love these tools. Beautiful. Well, we can repurpose this medium fertility soil. I can leave the water right there because there's still crops growing right there, so we'll just leave that plot, but we'll gather the rest. And I need more sand. In fact, I think I'm gonna make sure I have like a block-based staircase going down into this clay deposit. So we'll start right here and work our way over. I'll grab this sand, and we'll try to use this sand to create somewhat of a beach. Yeah, we gotta clean up after ourselves here. Looks fine now. Let's gather the dirt. Reclaim this medium fertility soil. Oh, this game is far better than Minecraft. I recommend you try it if you want to be challenged. Yeah, my chat is pretty quiet, but I think the reason why is it's a lot of people who are fans of the game, and they might not be watching this specific part of the stream. Wait. We're not getting these blocks back. Oh, that's weird. I wonder why we're not getting the blocks back for this. I guess you can't reclaim medium fertility soil after it's already been used, right? Couldn't tell you. I don't know what's up with it, but... I'm gonna have to leave that covered up. Yeah, we'll leave those crops there to keep on growing. Eat a slice of pie. Hell, let's eat two. All right, that'll do. We can fill that in with medium fertility or light fertility soil later. Hello, Cameron. Welcome. Talking about everyone sleeping, I just woke up. It's going amazingly, Evil, amazingly. Check out what I learned I could do with the chisel. So at first, there was like, I had a cobblestone block right here, right? And we had these roof blocks going up. And it was very like blocky. It was more blocky than this. Like there was a massive square of cobblestone, and you could easily tell what was the cobblestone block and what was the wood block, but I was able to use the chisel to kind of blend it and make it perfect. Really, really awesome stuff. I wonder when we're gonna get our first honey. Oh. Wait, well, break to harvest. Yeah, that one has honey. Right on, we got our first batch, just like that. Okay. Let's see. I don't need the bucket, we'll deposit that. Deposit the ladder and the gate, as well as the fences. I need an oil lamp. I feel like I'm probably missing my oil lamp. Where is it? Weird. I don't know where my oil lamp is. Yeah, I had 4. At some point, I misplaced an oil lamp. Strange. Unless I play... You know what? It's up on the roof. That's exactly right. When we were working on... Why is there a little bit of sunlight right there? Oh, that's weird. That's real weird. Okay. Yeah, it's right here. Oh, vanilla has that, Evil. It does. Yeah, this isn't Minecraft. This is Vintage Story. The chisel is actually a vanilla feature of Vintage Story. I'll show you how the chisel works. So you need a hammer in your offhand, a chisel in your main hand, and check this out. So if I want to change this block, I can like cut bits off of it. I can even undo it. And this is the best part right here. I can change this block. So let's say I have my hammer and chisel. I can add this wooden slab right here, and then I can remove the stone and add the wood, right? Like I can literally just modify this block however I want it, right? And that's how I achieved that. So if I want to go back, I can just remove these and put the stone back. It's amazing, dude. It's one of the most intuitive features I have ever seen in a game. Especially one of these blocky games, you know? All right, so at this stage, I think we're gonna continue our search for borax. We need to find some borax. What time is it? 16:50. It's getting pretty late. The game is not free, Tavion. No, it costs 20 bucks. Let's try to grab that resin. Beautiful, we got it. I have a chance to fail gathering resin when I play as the Blackguard. Nice, we just got another one. I have never ran this way before, so I don't know what we're gonna encounter here. I'm hoping there's not like a bear around this area. We've got some lily of the valley flowers. Grab the cranberries. Nothing down here, it seems, but some granite. Very dark down here. Yeah, we're gonna get out of that cave. Too much risk. I really hope we don't encounter a grizzly bear here. That might actually kill me. It depends on whether or not I can make it back to my bear killing area. Oh! Wait. We're getting chased by a brown bear. Alright. Go. I gotta eat. Holy shit. If I get stuck for just a little bit, we're screwed. I have to keep moving. I can just barely outspeed him. So I just have to live long enough to get to my bear killing shelter. Holy shit. He's right on our tail. That is nuts, dude. But you can technically perpetually outrun a brown bear. You can. It's just you can't really get away. You have to get lucky to actually escape the bear. But here we go. Let's get him over here. I have a bear killing trap right here. Okay. Yo. Where the fuck are you going? Yeah, he's coming. Yeah, you're mine now. You ain't got shit. Come on. What are you doing? How are we playing this? Huh? Let's go, buddy. Yeah, he doesn't know how to path to me. I am very curious how much damage he would do if I did let him hit me, but ideally I'm just not gonna get hit. We killed him. Just barely. Yeah. All right. Now I'm gonna make myself an armor stand. We can have a decorative armor set here. I need 2 hay bales and some planks. Okay. But the armor stand... Oof, that place is so weird. Hang on. I have to, like, look up armor stand placement. You can push them around physically. Apparently you can move it around? That is very strange. Oh my god, you actually can. That is the strangest shit. Okay. Well, let's put our armor on it. Our spare bear armor, and we can now make another piece. This is all we have for now, is the bear helmet, but I can also use this to make the... Hang on. I could use new leg armor, honestly. Okay, so we're going to unequip this, put it on the dummy, and I'm gonna make myself new boots. I can't yet, not until we oil and dry the hide. So let's do that. Put it on the ground. Oh, temporal storm is imminent. Okay, we gotta be quick. Let's go. That. Deposit the meat. Grab more pie. Right? Yeah, let's hide. We don't want to get caught out during that temporal storm. That can be a big issue. You can actually get one hit killed by various monsters, so at least when you're this early in the game and your armor is as limited as my armor happens to be. Okay. Take cover, hide in our little cubby. I won't be able to sleep until that temporal storm is over. Oh, Chris, the progress is extraordinary, buddy. We're doing so good. I've been building my house hardcore today. We found bees, so we now have a shitload of bee skeps, a lot of honey, and wax availability. I've crafted a full complement of bronze tools. I finally learned how to use the chisel, and that thing is amazing. I can't wait to show you what it can do. Basically, you know how if in Minecraft, for example, if you place a stone block and then you put like, you put another block above it, you can tell it's a bunch of squares. Like you could have a roof block sitting on a square block and it looks bad, right? You can actually use the chisel to blend the two blocks. It's amazing. I'll show you when the temporal storm is over. The chisel has rapidly become like my favorite tool in the game, pretty much. Animal husbandry is something that I haven't even touched yet. You can produce cheese. God damn. Cheese is an extremely difficult thing to make, though, in this game, for sure. What the hell is Coke? A burn duration of 40 seconds, but it has a very high burn temperature. Coke is to coal what charcoal is to wood. Okay, so coke is a alternative to coal that you can produce. I need to make those fire clay bricks. And then I have to build a bloomery. A bloomery will be required, especially if I want to have windows, like glass windows. Brewing and distilling alcohol. Yeah, we're gonna try to find... here, if you look up borax, it actually tells you what blocks you can find borax in. We're gonna try to find any one of these. So like sandstone, claystone, limestone, conglomerate. We're gonna look really hard and try to find one of these. If we can find just one of those rock types anywhere, then we can find borax. And borax we can use to make powdered borax, which lets us harden leather. Like, it lets us tan leather. Tan hides into leather, right? Yeah, diluted borax, that's what we need. Scrambled eggs. Honestly, eggs are pretty hard to get. It's not hard to get chickens. That's not the hard part. The hard part is that chickens only lay eggs like every 18 days, apparently. So it's just not a sustainable food source, you know? It's more of like a luxury for when you've already gotten really far in the game. Mountable animals. Cured bushmeat. We would need to find salt for that. Grubs. Oh yeah. Obtained by breaking a rotten tree log. What's the gear between the health and the food? That is my temporal stability. Temporal stability, if that reaches, it's at 60% right now, as you can see when I mouse over it. If it reaches 0, I die. Temporal stability, you can think of it like radiation. It's radiation from the alternate dimension. So during a temporal storm, your temporal stability reduces, right? Also, when you're really deep underground, because the drifters, the monsters, they live underground, it's very radioactive down there. So your temporal stability goes down when you're underground. Also goes down during temporal storms. You can restore your temporal stability back up to 100% by being in a place with high temporal stability. Now, those places are chosen at random. Right now, where my house is, my temporal stability will increase. When the storm ends, it'll start increasing, and the gear will start spinning to the right instead of spinning to the left, and that restores it. But other places, if I walk like 30 feet to my right, then I might enter a place where my temporal stability goes down. There's different levels of radiation in different areas. Yeah. Iron bits. Chunk of magnetite. Magnetite and chalk. I'd imagine it might actually be easier to find meteoric iron. I can start making lanterns soon. Those would be a better light source. Now that we have the bees, a lot more is possible. A lot more. This is so sus. Yeah, fucking monsters right there. In my pantry, bro. And the thing is, the monsters that can spawn during a temporal storm, they can be extremely powerful. Powerful enough to like one-hit kill you. We're talking monsters that do like 40 damage and require extremely powerful armor to survive. I'm actually very glad that I finally got an opportunity to test out running a long distance away from a brown bear so that I can retreat to a fighting position. It worked. Bleh. Can a world last forever if everything is in place? You can have a forever world, yeah. Yeah, you don't have to worry about like anything about the game breaking. There's no certain fail conditions. Like you can avoid death in perpetuity forever if you're good at it. All right, so after this storm is over, we're gonna go to sleep and then we're gonna start seeking out borax. Well, continue seeking out borax. It'll be over any second. There it is. That's pretty sus, not gonna lie. The way that thing is just zipping around like that. That's a surface shiver, so it's a pretty weak version of one. Alright, let's skin these guys. Oh yeah, fuck that. We're not leaving in the dark. Let's grab these honeycombs that I got a good long time ago. Where are those honeycombs anyway? They would be with my food, right? Yeah, we've had these for ages. We're gonna go ahead and squeeze these out. So we got a minuscule amount of honey, but most importantly, I have 3 beeswax now. I have a spare cooking pot, which we are gonna use. You ruin the cooking pot when you use it for this purpose, so you have to make sure you have a spare. Yeah, we're gonna make a candle. Let's see here. Now I need a flax fiber. Do I even have one? Yeah, I do. All right, this will create 1 candle when it's done. Let's put some fuel in there. I'm ambivalent about going out here, man. Yeah, Yeah, temporal storm just ended, so there could still be very powerful enemies wandering around. But we're gonna spend some time here at home doing a little bit of basic crafting. I'm gonna make a lantern for myself. So we have to heat up these copper ingots in order to do that. Let's grab a piece of coal. Get it lit, and then go check on the candle. Beautiful. Got it. This is now a ruined, residue-covered cooking pot. The only thing we can use that cooking pot for now is making candles or making pitch glue. Let's grab our tongs and a hammer. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and make a lantern. It's a far superior light source, and it is about time that we had one. All right, here we go. Oh shit, I didn't have both of them in there. Fuck, I must have accidentally removed one. We're gonna have to put another coal in there, unfortunately. And get it lit. I thought I put 2 ingots in there, but I must have accidentally clicked on it. Anyway, let's make this copper plate. It's gonna take 2 ingots in order to fully craft this plate. But we'll be able to use this plate and the candle that we just made to make a lantern. A far superior light source. And given the fact that this copper hammer's almost broken, we're gonna get out our bronze hammer. Whoa, that guy's fast. All right. Add the ingot. Oh yeah. Blacksmithing is one of the really amazing parts about this game. Just like I would say clay forming. Really interesting things to do. It takes time and energy. It's not so quick as filling a crafting grid and getting your finished result, you know? It actually takes work. and precision. Time to eat some lunch. Well, breakfast, I guess. All right, now we have to remove the excess. And cool it. Oh yeah. And at long last, I can make a lantern, a much better light source than what we've had so far. I just need some of this shit right here. Quartz. I need quartz. Clear quartz. Alright, so the plate, the candle, and the quartz. Done. Copper lantern. We now have a much better light source available. And even though I do technically need to get some quartz, or sorry, even though I still need to get borax, I'm thinking I might actually try to use these seashells to make as much lime as I can. We gathered them for that purpose. Let's see what I can do with these. We can at least get started on our leather working journey, you know? Well, with all of the mollusks that we gathered, I was able to get 26 lime, which isn't bad. It's just under half a stack of lime, so we'll see what we can do with that. I need a barrel as well as a bucket. Beautiful. Can't really have a water source block up there, but I suppose I could just have my leatherworking area outside where there's plenty of water. I don't think anything's gonna happen to the buckets. Let's put this right here for now. Go grab that lime and make some, like our first batch of lime water. Okay, 26 liters of lime water. I have 26 liters of lime water, just like that. So we can take some of our pelts and hides and we can start doing something with it. These. I have 3 large hides. We'll get started with that. And I could, theoretically, feasibly, make the tannin. We will need more buckets, though. Probably a lot of buckets. I'm gonna want at least 3 of each type. So... that's the first batch. There we go. Now we need oak wood. I don't have oak yet. We'll go get some. Let's drop this bowl. Eat some pie. We saw an oak tree over here. It's a massive tree. And if I really want to load up on sticks, now's the time. We're about to cut down this beast of a tree, but I can get an extraordinary amount of sticks from it before I do. Oh yeah. You'll get more sticks if you break the leaves before you cut down the tree. If you just cut down the tree, you'll end up with far less sticks than you otherwise could have gotten if you did the leaves first. So, and most trees aren't this big. Oak trees get massive. You get a fuck ton of wood from them. And like you can get a fuck ton of sticks if you're willing to do this extra step first. It's worth it. Look at all those down there. Why waste them? Anyway, I think I can jump over here now. Try to reach the rest of the leaves from here. Holy shit. I don't think I would have died, but it would have hurt like hell if I fell off a tree this tall. Beautiful. I think that's more than enough. Now we just gotta cut this big fucker down. At least cut it down as much as we can with the limited axe durability we still have. Looks like 95. Yeah, we're not gonna be able to cut down the whole tree, but we'll cut down as much of it as we can. No fucking way are we getting rolled up on by a drifter right now. Alright, we cut as much of it as we could, and we barely made a dent in the tree. We were dead right about that, though. We got so many fucking sticks, and the thing is, there's more up there. I'm gonna have to scale the tree in order to grab the rest, and I'm gonna have to deposit before I can even grab them. So let's head out. Is there no way? No, there's no way to craft a stick. You have to harvest it from a tree. And it's annoying, but it's also kind of realistic, because in real life, how would you turn a log into a stick, right? All right, there we go. We have our barrels down. Let's just put this on the ground for now, the bucket. Yeah, we got some leatherworking to do. I am all about the leatherworking right now. I want those backpacks. You can get backpacks that give you far more storage in your inventory. Oh, yeah. You don't want to cut down this whole tree, otherwise you'll have more wood than you know what to do with, you know? It's a massive fucker. Okay, yeah, we got more than enough oak wood, and that tree is still plentiful. Maybe by crafting a lathe. Well, I have to work really fucking hard just to... I have to work really hard just to make a clay pot, so I feel like making a lathe in this game would require a lot of work, you know what I mean? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I think all of these now has 5 wood in it. So now we just need a shitload of water here. We're gonna transport a water source block over here for leatherworking purposes. Right here. Let's put it right here in the middle for now. Oh, that's way better. So, after we soak hides in the lime water that we made, we're gonna have to scrape the soaked hides. We scrape the hides with a knife, and then we have to put the scraped hides in here. We have to make tannin. These are barrels of tannin. All of these are going to become 50 liters of weak tannin. And then we actually have to put more oak in the last 3 barrels so that the weak tannin becomes strong tannin. Yeah, these are going to take 24 hours. All right. And this is going to take 20 hours before those large hides are limed right up. Anyway, it's time that we set out in search of borax, because if we find borax, then we don't have to rely on seashells anymore. Right now, we're relying on seashells to get what we want, like with the lime. And they're non-renewable. Like, you can find seashells and get a little bit of lime, but in order to have like a good amount of lime for making leather, we're gonna need borax, or limestone, or chalk, or marble, or any one of those things. And they're not easy to find. I would say out of all those things, borax is probably the easiest thing to find, but none of them are truly easy. Pretty uncommon. I need a new axe soon, but do I need one now? Let's eat a little bit. Deposit the oak wood. The low fertility soil, the extra sticks. We have a ton of sticks now, just because of that one oak tree. All right. We'll leave this bucket here. Oh, yeah. We are beginning to get harvestable skeps, so we can get honeycomb and honey and all that now. For now, until I forge another... What time is it? 1:43 p.m. Do I want to make another axe before I go? Not quite. But you know what? Let's make a new axe and a new shovel out of bronze. Get it lit. There we go. We still have plenty of pie. Our food situation is extraordinarily stable. We have nothing to worry about. I could cook this bushmeat, but I think I'm instead just gonna leave it to rot. We need the rot to make more compost anyway. By the way, I can make a mount for these antlers. I'm gonna do that. I'll make a pine mount. I can either make a square one or a diamond one. I think I want the diamond one, but what's this? Shield mount. That does look pretty sick, the shield mount. Oh, we're going with the shield one. That looks way too sick. All right, so in order to... Oh, I need leather to make that. Well, there you go. We're getting started with our leather production now, but we will need the leather in order to do that. Our next generation of flax crops is growing. Albeit slowly, but it is growing. I'm gonna water the plants. They'll grow a little bit faster for a while if I water them. We haven't gotten rain in a while, so... The water blocks in the middle, they do keep the crops hydrated, but they only keep the crops 75% hydrated. So if you want to have the maximum growth speed, you have to water the plants yourself to bring it from 75 to 100, right? Or it has to rain. Rain will also bump your crops up to 100 for a while. And while we wait, let's go check on the onion plants. Wait, is this heated already? Yeah, it is. Okay, let's make a shovel and an axe. And then we're gonna go check on the onion plants. All right. Shovel head and axe head, here we go. Okay, there's the axe head. Let's grab handles for the axe and the shovel. Okay. Tin bronze shovel head. I think I can do heavy hits to make this faster. Beautiful. There it is. We now have a replacement shovel for when ours breaks and a brand new axe for the one that did break. Those oak trees really take it out of them, right? All right, let's go. We still have some daylight left. It's only 4 p.m., so we're gonna run that way, and we are gonna seek out sandstone, claystone, conglomerate stone, any type of stone that might contain borax within it. For now, we're producing tannin for the creation of leather, and we have a little bit of lime to get started on treating hides, a little bit. And I may want to hunt more while we're gone, try to get more hides for more leather production. We need to stockpile them in preparation. Now, oh, hello there. What was that we were saying about wanting hide? Fuck yeah, you like that? I hope it's a male, because if it's a male, it might actually be aggressive to me. Son of a bitch. It's gonna be hard to find it in all these bushes. All right. I wonder how many spear throws it's gonna take to kill that thing if I'm using the bronze spear. Oh yeah, you like that? Right in the ass. I have to eat. Where is it? Oh, it fucking went somewhere. I just have no idea where. It looked like it was running this way. Oh yeah. Let's get nice and close and let's hope that this hit kills it. Oh fuck, you actually have to hit it to kill it, Tom. There's a goat as well. Oh yeah, got it. A white-tailed deer. I don't know where the hell the goat is, but I have a very slim chance of... Oh, there's one. Well, shit. Aw. we're very unlikely to get it now. Unless it's a male and I can make it aggressive. If it's a female, it's just going to keep on running away. Even then, sometimes the males won't counterattack you. It kind of takes a little bit of luck, whether or not they decide to turn around and come hit you. I don't think it's happening with this one. Anyway, let's just keep traveling in this direction. I have a lantern now, so we have a much better light source available for nighttime. It doesn't mean I'm going to want to do very much nighttime exploration, but it does mean that I can afford a little bit more. There's a lot of fucking vegetation here. Terrible place to run into a bear. But I'm gonna hope that we're not gonna have 2 brown bear run-ins in a short window of time. Native copper bits. Let's mark this. I can harvest it later. We might be coming up on a brand new type of stone face here. Let's see what's up ahead. We're still just seeing granite sand. Is that just granite sand with granite rock? It looks like it, yeah. Shit. Nothing but granite. We're coming up on a new forest over there. Let's do a prospector pick reading right here. I have to eat. High sphalerite. Interesting. Hang on. So this is granite. It would be in granite rock. Probably this. No, that's in conglomerate. That's in limestone. Well, the rock type doesn't matter, but sphalerite nugget can be turned into bronze or brass. So actually, this is a pretty important place to be. I'm gonna try to mark this place. Because if I can make bronze, I can make brass torch holders. Oh, buddy, more flax. Let's hope I get some seeds from these. I got 1 seed. I guess that's better than none. Holy shit, that's quite a pitfall. I'm glad I didn't go in there. Anyway, I'm gonna turn back and go home now. It's getting a bit late. Very dark, right? As you can see though, this lantern is a very respectable light source. But once it gets dark enough, the lantern isn't really gonna help you. Oh, nice. Oh, mature flax. That's dope. Yeah, we got a few more seeds there. I have 4 flax seeds now that we can plant back at home. And we found access to brass, which is honestly pretty nice. It's pretty important. We can now make bullets. Yeah. Running through the windy plains. We're getting chased. Oh, fuck. Alright, I killed it. Fucking portal right there. No wonder. Let's use 3 bandages. Get our health back. Grab our lantern and keep going home. Fairly certain it's this way. Yeah, you get chased by a bear through here, you need to receive your last rites. Because if you get stuck on these fucking bushes, dude, he's taking a chunk out of your ass. A U-sized chunk. It's real fucking dark, but I do think I'm headed home now. I see the light of my house off in the distance. We're running around the lake at this point. Alright, let's deposit everything. I don't need that. We're gonna keep these large hides. We can totally use those. Make more leather. Got more animal fat, bones, flax fibers, more seeds to be planted. Also got some red meat that we'll store in here for now. The rye is an N crop. We're gonna have to plant it here. And then K crops, flax, over here. Beautiful. That is a major league field of crops. I like it. Doing a lot of farming. Anyway, let's get some rest. Oh, and cross your fingers, guys, because so much of getting leather just depends on finding the right stone type beneath your feet. We need to try to come across that stone type, one of those stone types out in the world. In another 8 hours, that shit's gonna be done. Let's grab more food. We have need of more. I think I'll just take all of those pie slices right there. And we're gonna go back the way we came and potentially try to find some brass. Let's retrieve this bucket. I can use it to make an elevator shaft going down. For when we try to mine. Yeah, it was high sphalerite. The sphalerite is uncommon, but we may still find it down there. Got some blueberries. Carrots. I haven't found any carrot seeds in the entire playthrough. That's a new crop that we just gained access to. Beautiful. That is a wolf. That's another wolf. Okay, we need the hides for leather. If nothing else. Maybe the fat, too, if he drops fat. Extra flax seeds. All right. Most of our inventory is gone just to seeds already. Now, that bear, I don't like the cut of his jib. I think we're gonna kill him. He's a source of fat and hide for leather. We're gonna have to attract him and lure him back here to the fighting position. That's a brown bear, so I can't just fight that one the same way that I would fight a black bear. Jesus. Hell yeah. Get fucked. Beautiful. Got him. Our inventory is full already, but we can eat some berries to give ourselves a little bit more space. What is that? That is more copper. A rather big copper vein, too. Let's mark it. These are things that I can grab whenever I explore this area and I don't have much stuff in the inventory. Where's my spear? Oh, that's a glitch. Yeah, there's a glitch. Okay, there. It was just a visual glitch. I still had the spear. We have verdant lands over here, but as far as I can see, no new mineral types. There's another brown bear right there. I could try to lure him back to the fighting position that we built. He's coming. Oh yeah, he's coming. The fighting position is right there. Yeah, brown bears are fucking fast. Your chance of losing a brown bear is almost zero. Like, unless you get lucky and you find the right terrain, like a pitfall that you can use or something, but that's not too common. Let's go, buddy. Oh yeah, more fat, more hide. We can at least turn the bushmeat into rot later, I suppose. Anyway, we're gonna have to go home already, but I found a good amount of hides and fat, which is nice. I would like to get my hands on some brass. We need to mine anyway to get more granite to build the house. So, hi, buddy. Bye, buddy. I'll leave that bear fighting position back there, the one that we built before. I know there was another wolf carcass out here somewhere, but I'm not sure where it was, so probably just gonna leave it behind. All I left in the carcass was the bushmeat, and the bushmeat is just rot, so they're not too important. Could I put a block behind the bear to stop it from running? No, because bears can climb over bears can actually climb over 3 blocks tall. So if you dig a pit, then you would actually have to dig the pit 4 blocks deep in order for it to actually contain the bear. If it's not 4 blocks deep, the bear has a chance to climb straight over the blocks and get you anyway. All right, it's raining. Right on. That'll keep the crops watered for us for a little while. Tannin is almost done. How's this going? That's done. But we used the vast majority of our lime water on that. Let's eat these. I'll dump this, grab the lime, and then take the hides. I'll just eat this right now. Make space so I can grab the barrel. We have to move this barrel, the lime water purpose barrel, over here to where we do the other hide stuff. Okay. So I can do 4 hides, 4 medium hides in here. And it'll become 4 raw hide medium. Oh, maybe I can't. Let's grab these other hides and see if I could do like a large one or a small, like a bear one instead. I don't have enough lime for much though, that, you know. Yeah, I can't do it with the bear hide. Could do it with the large hide, but... yeah, let's do the 2 medium hides. And then we'll deposit these hides in here and hope that they keep a while. We need to scrape the soaked hides. Okay, I have 3 scraped large hides. Once the weak tannin is done, we can get started on that. Which, it's done in 2 hours. Let's plant the crops that we found. We'll put those right there for now. So, carrots are K crops. Those are both K crops, followed by 2 N crops. K crop and N crops. Beautiful. Now, let's go check over here. I left some, I think, onions growing over here in the old garden that we don't use anymore. Wonder if I could harvest those and call it a day. Or turnips, or parsnips. Yeah, okay, the parsnips are still growing. Anyway, it's only noon. I think I'm gonna go mining for more copper while we wait a couple of hours for this shit to finish. And then I can start making strong tannin. It's actually slated to be done in like less than an hour, but still, we're gonna go get some copper. I have food. Let's head out. Hello. Down we go. All right, I left a straight path leading all the way to where there's more copper available. We have to go up here, turn right, and there it is. I got a large reading of copper here, so somewhere around here there's going to be a shitload of copper. We just got to find it. We have our lantern out. I can try to dig like stair steps going up. Let's get out the prospector's pick. Oh, hey Zuzi, how you doing? Yeah.
Yeah, a bunch of pictures of it.
Oh,
So I'll show you.
sounds good.
When my dad gets off work,
Okay.
get us some.
All right.
See if
Right on. Sounds good. Although that was more, you know what? Since I got the magnesium, I kind of feel okay.
well, I'll still get some ground beef at least.
Sounds good. Alright, so we know that the copper reading gets larger when we go in this direction. What we don't know is if it's above us or below us. So we're going to make 2 staircases. One going up, one going down, and we're going to try to narrow the search. Oh, we found it. Okay, pay dirt. We got it. I love that expression, pay dirt. Yeah. Oh, I know it, sweetie. You are too. Oh, it's so sweet. Yeah. I watched too much Andrew Tate, so I disregard women and acquire rusty gears. I'm joking, I love you. I'm gonna put down a structural support pillar right there to try and keep the ceiling intact. Try to prevent a cave-in, you know? Well, so much for that. Yeah, I don't know. I need to learn more about structural stability because it seems like no matter what I do, there's always collapses happening, right? I wonder if the material that you make the pillar out of makes a difference in the structural stability of what's around you. Like maybe you need to make stone pillars or something. However, it is worth noting that I dug a staircase going up pretty much right above my head. So it's possible I dug underneath that staircase and it caused like a structural collapse despite the pillar. But I don't know. I don't understand structural stability in this game enough yet. I don't know how to prevent mining cave-ins from happening. The music when you're deep underground is so beautifully creepy. It kind of gives me the same feeling that I would get from the Nether music in Minecraft. Kind of like just a hopeless, otherworldly vibe, you know? Hello, Sheeby. Good morning, buddy. Good evening indeed. Yeah, how are you doing? It's wonderful to see you again. I was asking about you the other day. I didn't know where you been. Okay. If you've never tried Vintage Story, dude, I gotta recommend it to you. This game's amazing. Coffee and cereal before you go on the grind, eh? Have a couple of fried eggs for your brother Tom. All right, the copper pickaxe has broken. I'm ambivalent about breaking that. Okay, looks like I didn't cause a collapse or anything. Let's assess how much more ore. There's trace amounts of copper ore down here, apparently. What about now? Small amounts. There's still more around here. I don't know where it is, though. Medium amounts of native copper. There's even more around here. Where's my exit, by the way? Up there. My exit is up top. So I'm gonna need to make myself like a staircase out. Okay. I think this is my exit. Yeah, it is. Okay. I'm gonna have to get out of here soon, just for thought of my temporal stability, but there is more copper down here. It's all over this way, though. There it is. We just hit even more pay dirt, dude. Yeah, standalone game, buddy. A massive storm came through, so you had to do a full week of DoorDash with 8 to 10 hour days. Was it at least good money? I guess it made up for all those times you were sitting in your car waiting for orders, eh? We'll definitely be able to continue building the house with all of this copper that we're getting. I have to remember that the exit is behind me. Because if a cave-in happens, it becomes very difficult to orient where you have to go. However, I have the advantage of the waterfall. The waterfall is making noise that kind of indicates where my exit is located. No diagonal node over there. No diagonal nodes over there. Okay. I think that's it. Trace amounts of native copper. Yeah, I think it's time that we got out of here. And I think we're officially, like, completely done with this copper mine. I think so. Finally all done. Yeah, let's get out of here. Try to grab some of this dirt before we go. Oh my god. Temporal stability. I gotta get the fuck out. Come on. Holy shit, 12% temporal stability. I don't think I've ever let it get that low before. Reckless. Foolishness. Yeah, let's get the fuck home. Oh my god. We're almost out. Ho ho ho, our temporal stability is coming back. That was scary intense. We gotta get home. I gotta stay safe. And the tannin is now done. Let's make our first, well, part-way leather. And we need to put some... I hope I don't get a temporal storm soon. That would fucking kill me, actually. But we don't have one pending. We should be all right. Yeah, let's grab the oak. I need to now make strong tannin. Over here. We'll turn into 50 liters of strong tannin. Basically, this is the leatherworking order of operations. You soak hides in lime, and then you scrape them and put them in the weak tannin, and then you put the weak tannin result into the strong tannin, and then you get leather. That's the whole thing. Missed one overhead in that room? That's okay. Dissolord, temporal stability, you can kind of liken it to either sanity or radioactive exposure. It's something like that. So like if, you know, if you spend too much time near a power plant, you get you get like radiation sickness, right? It's very similar to that. If you spend too much time in a place that is temporally unstable, you'll get, I'm 17%, that's really low. If that touches 0, I die. 100% means you're in good health. It's something like that. Or again, you could liken it to sanity as well. We got a shitload of copper. Look at all that copper. That's insane, buddy. We did good. We need to go get some brass still, but... let's grab our hammer. Crack these outliers open, and then deposit it in there. Now... let's make some cobblestone so that we can continue building the home. Beautiful. I can theoretically restore my temporal stability if I kill monsters, but I'm not seeing any spawned monsters out here. The bees are looking damn good. Most of these skeps can be harvested for honey now. $700 that week? Right on. Yeah, it is a standalone. Yeah, it's amazing. It's got really in-depth mechanics. It's very difficult to learn, but if you like that about games, like if you like steep learning curves that seem kind of mountainous, then it's the perfect game for you, buddy. All right, let's go build up the house a little bit. I'm not gonna sleep. The reason why is because I might be able to kill some monsters tonight to regain more temporal stability, which would be very wise. If a temporal storm happens while you have low temporal stability, that can literally kill you. So... our base is almost done, actually. This third floor is like the final floor that I even care to have. And then I'm thinking one more block up. Maybe two more. Two more blocks higher. Yeah, this will be a relatively tall room in here. We got this space built under the roof. I might be able to move my leather setup inside, but I would need to find a way of having like a water source block that isn't in the floor. So like maybe if I do that thing that Saturn told me about where I make my own source block with a chisel. Okay. Let's deposit our shit. Our temporal stability is coming back. Equip the spear and the knife. Deposit the hammer. I think I'm gonna make the next batch of bronze ingots right now. I'm gonna write down this ratio. I keep on forgetting what it is. Zuzi said I look like this coffee alien from Men in Black, by the way. She said this is my body type. Look at that little belly. Oh, that's funny. All right, let's see here. Vintage story tin bronze ratio. So 8 tin, and 92 copper. There, it's the golden ratio, as it were. So 92 copper times 2 would be 184. Deposit the hammer. $92 copper and 8 tin. I could use more ingot molds. All right. Let's throw the crucible into the fire. We will need the tongs eventually. We don't necessarily need it now. Throw 3 peat fuel in there. Start the fire. Wait. May as well put this shit in there first. 500 units of tin bronze. And we'll store that here for when we're ready to make our next batch. I think 3 coal might be enough after the peat brings it up to temperature. And it might be time that I harvested some of those skeps. I'm just wondering why my cattails are taking so long to grow back. I wonder how long it takes for the cattails to grow after you plant them. There are plenty of cattails out in the water. Did we find... Oh, Saturn. No, we didn't. But we did find bees. Unfortunately, I was unable to draw a conclusion as to whether or not, like, which of us were right, because right after I found the bees, I also found daisies and forget-me-nots. So, like, I was unable to get closure there. At first, I thought I found bees in a place where there were none of those flowers, but then like 10 steps away, we ended up finding those flowers. So it kind of muddied the waters of the discovery. All right, let's make a new pair of brown bear boots. Yeah, we have bees. We're working on leather. We had a little bit, only a little bit, of mollusks and seashells that we were able to use to make a little bit of lime. A little bit of lime water. We made like 28 liters of it, but we're using the last of it now. All right. Can I mount a bear head? Let's find out. No. But I can put it on the ground, which does look pretty sick. Hell yeah. So I need bones and I need rope. And we have to make a new pair of boots. Yeah, no sign of any borax. We've been looking for borax pretty much all day, but everywhere we go, we just end up seeing more and more granite. But because we ran so far away, we did end up finding bees. We found the bees way off in that direction over there. And we got a lot of work done on the house. I learned more about the chisel. Yeah, I was able to use the chisel to blend my cobblestone blocks with these roof blocks, which I really appreciated. I'm thinking we go to sleep now. My temporal stability looks good. I don't really need to worry about a storm killing me at this point. All right, let's eat some pie. Hell yeah. Oh shit, I forgot about that. No. So when I slept, we kind of ruined it. Okay, I'm gonna just have to do that again. Or I could just leave. You know what? I'll make my extra bronze later. Right now, all of our tools are in good condition, and I already have a backup shovel made, so we won't worry about it yet. I would love to harvest more cattails, though. And I need to look up, like, do cattails grow faster in water? Because ours aren't really growing. They will grow anywhere at all. I don't know. But our cattails have not regrown yet. No, bees don't require flower proximity to spawn, but in my experience, if you're not in a place that has forget-me-nots and daisies, then you're not in a place where bees can spawn. Like apparently, and we saw this on the wiki yesterday, bees will only spawn in a climate that supports daisies and forget-me-nots. Yeah, let's get ready to make more reed skeps. I would also kind of like to extend the cattail farm. We'll see. Now, I want to go mining for brass. What I'm worried about though, one thing I typically kind of neglect is if you're mining and a temporal storm, you get a warning that a temporal storm is approaching, you have a chance of dying during a temporal storm if your temporal stability gets low enough. Now, mind you, I have found a few temporal gears, so I could get some of my temporal stability back in an emergency if I had to. So let's go to the brass area. We found an area that has brass availability, and I would like to get some brass for torch holders. You plot them on gravel at home? Okay, fair enough. It must just take a reasonable length of time for them to regrow, like a week or something. All right, we'll see you in a little bit, Chibi. Take care for now, brother. It was nice to catch up with you. All right, let's make more skeps. I don't know, Saturn. We'll have to agree to disagree, buddy. Me and a couple of viewers, like, in our experience, we've only seen bees in places that have those flowers. And the wiki even said so, right? Like, now, the wiki is not the arbiter of what's true, but like... Alright, how many more skeps do we need for all of this to be full? I need 3 more skeps, and then we'll have a full fucking field. Absolutely full. The soaked hides are done. Let's scrape them. So that's it. All of our lime is now officially gone. And our strong tannin is incoming right now. All right, so let's go get some brass. I have some food. Still have my bronze pickaxe. Ugh. And I need water for an elevator. Ugh. There's a bunch of deer over here. I'm hoping, yeah, be aggressive, come on. Right on. We need the hides for leather, but I'm still, I still need to find borax. For now, let's try to kill this one if we can, but then let's keep on heading toward where we saw the brass. Nice, a second one that's choosing to attack. That'll make it easier. Beautiful. We've already had a great hunting trip. Let's continue to where the brass is. I saw those crops, but we have plenty of turnips. That crucifix right there, I believe, is a surface copper node, but we don't need that right now. Now that you found bees, you're gonna keep finding them near your house. Believe it when I see it. It is known. The moon is a dragon egg. It is known. Yeah, we got a high reading of whatever the hell brass is over here. Somewhere in this area. Where is it exactly, though? Right here. Now, there is a cave here, but I don't know that we're gonna find anything in this cave. I could check it out for a second, I suppose. I never search caves. Let's do some prospecting pick shit. Hang on, let's do a node search right here. No ore nearby. Fair enough. Take cover till he shoots. Flax fiber. Bow and arrow. Oh yeah. Denied. Alright, well, we're gonna have to dig down pretty much right around here. Because this is where we got the reading indicating rich brass. Let's place our water bucket up above. Like, right here. Beautiful. And let's get down there. Getting hungry. Let's eat. Sphalerite, small amounts. Let's go down a little bit more and see if it becomes a larger amount. It still just says Sphalerite small, but let's get looking and see if we can get that small reading to become a bigger one. No, trace amounts now. All right. Let's go up this way. Sphalerite medium amounts. We're getting closer. We're closing the distance between us and our objective. Finally gonna have those brass torch holders that we want. Medium amounts still says. Small amounts. Okay. Large amounts. We're getting closer when we go this way. I don't know if we should go down or not, but... Still says large amounts. Still says large amounts. Alright, we're gonna create a fork in the road right here. A staircase down, and a staircase up. And then I'm gonna get a reading at the bottom and a reading at the top and see what happens. Large amounts. Still says large amounts. Jesus. At least our temporal stability is not going down. I like that. Yeah, there's Phalerite all over the place down here. We just have to locate the vein. Medium amounts. It looks like we've gotten further away from it now. I don't think I care about the antlers. We'll ditch those. Small amounts. Okay, we're getting further again. So... we must be traveling, like, laterally near it, right? Trace amounts. Large amounts. All right, we'll see you in a little bit, Saturn. Take care for now, brother. Hopefully, when you come back, we will have found some borax. Small amounts. Maybe... here. Medium amounts directly overhead. And also medium amounts down below. This is fucking hard. I can't find it anywhere, dude. Whoa, wait, where the hell did I get this medium chunk of sphalerite? Oh my god, that's gonna drive me insane, dude. Apparently I found a medium chunk of sphalerite somewhere. Oh my god, no. I can't even tell what it looks like. Alright. I have no idea where it is. All I know is we found that one chunk, but I don't know where we found it. It wouldn't be down here. Wait, zinc ore. Bro, that's really hard to see. Okay, well, you know what? Pay dirt. It's extremely hard to see, though. It looks like just more stone. Really. It barely even looks like zinc. Not that I know what zinc looks like in real life, but I'm just saying it's hard to see. Really hard to see. But at least we located it. It's kind of like black dots. There's black dots in the rock. Very faint black dots. Okay. I think I'm gonna ditch the bones. We have plenty of bones, and I would kind of like to just get more granite for building the house. Yeah, I'm not seeing any more zinc around here. Let's check the diagonals, though. Sometimes there is some zinc hidden behind others. Let's get a reading here. Medium amount still, it says. There's more. Okay. Still can't find any more than that, though. Alright. But I'm grateful we ended up finding some, and we're not going home empty-handed. We didn't find much, but we got some. Still says medium amounts over there. Can't find any more zinc right here. No, can't find more right here. Well, now that I know what it looks like, there probably are other places I could see it. But my inventory's full, So we're gonna go ahead and get out of here. At least we're not going home empty-handed. We did end up finding some. God bless. We're gonna seal this off, I think. Make it a straight path to what we found. And we didn't even have to suffer any temporal instability down here, which is really great. The sun is setting. It's getting darker. We're going to want to head home with the brass that we got, but good thing we got it. I might be able to make those torch holders now. I need to find out how much brass is a lot of brass and how much isn't enough. Hopefully what we found here is going to be enough for us to make the brass torch holders, right? Basically, when you hang a torch on the wall, if you leave it there for 48 hours, it burns out and you permanently lose the torch. Unless you pick it up and place it back down. It like refreshes the duration, right? But if you have torch holders, then it never burns out. You never have to replace it. It's just perpetual lighting that lasts forever. So, I do want it. I might not actually need more stone blocks. Maybe I could do a wraparound roof that connects to the other roof. We'll see. I have ideas. Let's use the hammer, crack this open. Alright, we have 76 Phalerite nuggets. So if I want to make brass bits, what's the best ratio for brass bits? Wait. Two brass plates for 2 torch holders. So that's 4 ingots, but it gets you 2 torch holders. Okay. So what, 3 zinc and 6 copper? 50 units of brass with... Okay, so I think this is the best ratio I can do. It is going to take a lot, but 3 to 7. Either 3 to 7 or 4 to 6. Get the same amount. Okay. But if I do 3 to 6, you don't get the same. Okay. So, if I need 4 ingots of brass, then we need 400 units of brass, which means I need 8 times this. So 3 times 8, 32. And then 8 times 7, 57. Looks like I'm wrong about that. I only need 400 units. Okay, then... I don't know. It's very complicated. I don't really understand this much. Like, what's the best ratio? I wish Google would just tell me. Best ratio for brass. Vintage story. All right, well, let's just do the lowest possible amount and try to find out what works. So 6 of that. and 3 of that makes 45 units. If I remove 1 unit of copper, it has to be the lowest amount of ingots. Sorry, the lowest amount of nuggets, creating like a multiple of 50 units. So that's 4 to 6, 3 to 7. So it's kind of like a concentration. It looks like it's a 3 to 7. Okay, that is exactly double. Looks like it's working. Okay, so this will use the minimal amount possible. So I have to multiply these values by 4. 14, 28, 56. All right, so I think this is perfect. This will make me the 2 brass holders that I need. 24 sphalerite to 56 copper. Let's spread those evenly, and let's get it lit. We'll make those ingots, and then I'll make my brass torch holders. What's the melting point? I don't know. Are there any monsters nearby? And this meat's still good, eh? Right on. Yeah, we have 28 meat. So we can make 6 servings of meat stew and then seal the crock pot. I am gonna have to harvest a skep, though, one of the beehives. But I need to make a dummy to absorb the attacks, just in case. Straw dummy. 2 hay bales and a stick. Okay. Yeah, we need better lighting everywhere. I don't want to keep on using these oil lamps. I have 1 lantern, but that's my lantern. I could make more now, technically. Now that we have the bees going, totally an option. Yeah, let's heat that shit up. 400 units of brass. I need to deposit what we have. 4 large hides. Yeah, we need to find... We need to pivot now and really get started on trying to find more borax, because we have a lot of hides here. And I want to be able to make leather out of them. Rusty gear. Siderite, copper. I think that'll do. We can remove the charcoal. Grab the tongs. Yeah, we'll pour this into the mold and then we'll go to sleep. Let's place down the straw man out here. Push him over. Right here. Okay, and let's harvest the skep. Got it. The bees are gonna start attacking the dummy. I think. Well, they're just flying off wherever. I guess that's fine. All right, the brass is now done. Let's pour this into the molds. Now we just go to sleep and those will cool. And then we can forge them into brass torch holders. Then I won't even need to carry torches on me anymore, really. The reason why I carry torches on me is for starting, like, lighting fires. But once we have those torch holders, I can just have a torch on the wall forever, and it's ready when I need it. Grab it off the torch holder, light the fire, and then place it back on the torch holder. Alright. Let's heat these up. Put a piece of coal in there. Light it. Now, let's harvest more honey. Beautiful. I should be able to make 2 more candles out of that. Oh, we're gonna want more candles for... let's just harvest whatever ones are on the end and also have honey. That one's empty. A lot of them are empty. All right, let's harvest these 2. Nice. Looks like the bees aren't really attacking me when I do my thing. Hey, Zuzi. All right, let's make these torch holders. We're gonna need 2 ingots per plate. Okay. It's one corner done. Yeah, the plates, they take a lot of work. And a lot of durability on your hammer, Jesus. I wonder if there's a faster way to make plates that I could learn. Like by using the heavy hit function or something. Definitely a possibility there, if I can figure out how it works. Anyway, let's cool that plate. And we'll have to start making the other one. All right, grab that, throw it on there. Yeah, you can kind of make it spill out and save yourself some swings if you move those over and then do a heavy hit. It does kind of work. All right. I'm gonna try to like plan out a heavy hit. So like that. Yeah, oh my god, it does work. If you kind of plan ahead for heavy hits, then it works. Rotate. Slide these over. And let's do another heavy hit right here. Move that down and boom. Yeah, well, it's 3 swings for the price of 1, so it's like a durability saver, right? Beautiful. Let's cool that, and then let's make our brass torch holders. We just need to put one plate on top of another plate. Boom. Nice. Okay, this is officially how I light my fires. I just store a torch in there, and I don't need to worry about it past that. We don't even need to hang on to these torches here. I'll put them with the tools, because we might want them just for mining. And then... I don't even know if that's gonna reach. No. All right, well, I kind of played myself there. Now I'm gonna have to harvest more of these skeps. So maybe let's just do a mass harvest, but leave the center one intact. It's funny, but the bees don't even seem to be attacking me when I harvest these. They just kind of float away. Oh, these guys are coming. Yeah, there we go. Anyway, that's it for our pie. It's all gone. Attack the dummy. Yeah, get this straw man. It's a straw man argument. I don't know what that means. Beautiful. Okay, we're good. Now, let's try this again. Put that in there. Oh yeah, we're gonna get a lot of honey from that. And a lot of wax. We did good. All right. Let's put the honey in that barrel. We have 6.6 liters. And that is 33 beeswax. Beautiful. Let's grab the ruined cooking pot. The residue covered one. That's our candle maker right there. Same with our glue maker. And I'm gonna need some flax fibers. I only have 2, so I can only make 2 candles, but that'll do for now. All right, we'll create 2 candles. Let's put some fuel in there. See, grab the torch off the holder, light it, and then place it back. So useful, dude. All right, let's make more skeps. Hey, Zuzi. No, I'm alright. Yeah, the milk was good, but I could go without it for a little while.
Well, this is the last shop that's happening. So,
I know. I'm good.
okay. Do you want anything? Like something to snack on?
No, thank you. I'm feeling strangely fulfilled since I had that mac and cheese. Mm-hmm.
I'll get us some.
Alrighty.
I'll use best judgment and we'll get some money, I promise.
I trust you.
I know, it's so nice.
And we'll do our rice bowls tonight, yeah? Sounds good. Alright, we have our 2 candles. We're gonna use those candles to make more lanterns, but I'm gonna need to make more copper plates. Mm-hmm. Those are great light sources for the base. The hell is that out there? It must be a monster that spawned upstairs in my house. Yep. The hell? Oh. Let's go get more food. More pie. I have no more pie? I guess we ate it all. Okay, well, the time has come then for us to make this hefty-ass meat stew. I'll have to eat just a couple of veggies to tide myself over until that stew can be done. Or I could drink some juice, just the same. Beautiful. Okay. There it goes. I'm gonna go get, after we eat, after we get our meal, I'm gonna go get a whole bunch more cattail roots, and we're gonna plant them here along our, like, farm trail type thing. Let's go check on the crops I left here, the parsnips. They're almost done. Then we can fully get rid of all that. See you soon, honey.
I'm sorry, I keep wanting to.
Don't worry about it. I love it. I love every second of it.
Not you alone.
Oh God, no. All right, let's. We're gonna need those tongs. Let's eat a couple more of these turnips. And let's make one more lantern. In here, I don't really need another light source. Because the torch is here, it's a pretty good light source on its own. I'll just, like, put that right there. It always seems dark around that table, though. Like, the table casts a lot of shadow, but I don't think it means a monster can spawn in here or anything. Let's grab one pole. I'm starting to realize that it might be a really good idea to... Ooh, right, I need a torch holder in here too. So I don't even need a lantern in either of these rooms. But we're gonna use the lanterns we make for the upstairs room. How's this going? It's still cooking, but it ain't done yet. That one lantern pretty much lights up this whole space. We could leave it there as the lighting for this area. All right, let's make more cobblestone. Granite cobblestone. I need more. Gonna take 2 crock pots to store all that. I think we're gonna use beeswax to seal this crock pot of food. It'll be like a winter meal. There. A sealed crock pot. That's gonna last years. Let's put that on the shelf over here. And then I can cook another serving of that shit. Yeah, let's go get more clay. And after... Yeah, we'll get more clay after I've done this. After I've made the plate and crafted another lantern. Wait. Shit, right. A plate requires 2 of those. Never mind. I'm starting to see now why very experienced players that I have watched on YouTube, they have like 3 campfires. I'm starting to realize that you kind of want that level of production output later on. At first I thought it was super excessive. I was like, what the hell are you doing? That's way too much. But now I kind of get it. Because, you know, you're going to want to make... I need more ingot molds. Mass production, right? It seems like mass production would really help at this stage. Because you don't want to nickel and dime the whole time. And I have been nickel and diming like the entire time, right? I make 5 ingots here, I make 5 ingots there. It's always an ongoing thing. All right. We have more cobblestone now. Beautiful. I think I'll just harvest these now. Yeah, we're getting turnips from them anyway, and seeds. So the old garden is no more. Hang on, got a deposit. Two servings of red meat stew. That'll tide us over for a while. Let's deposit the tongs and the hammer. And I do think I'm gonna try to scale up production of forged goods. Now that the upstairs room is ready, I'm gonna move some stuff up here. Yeah, and I want to try to figure out how to make a barrel out of a hollowed out log that we can use like for a water source upstairs. Nothing in the barrel. These aren't done and they won't be for a while, but we have our strong tannin. All done. Ready. Parsnip is an N nutrient. Okay. So, let's do some clay forming. I want more ingot molds. I want the ability to mass produce ingots a lot at a time. A lot at a time. So right now I have 6. We're gonna want at least 10. So we'll do 2 batches of ingot molds. It's been a long time since I've done any clay firing shit. Okay. Might also want to make more bowls, I think. Eventually I will want another anvil, I know that for sure. Let's make another crucible, another anvil, and then maybe like 3 bowls. Mm-hmm. All right, duplications. Beautiful. Now a crucible. And then 3 bowls. But let's go to sleep first before we do that. Pass the time, right? Oh, yeah. That's how you find a woman, guys. Good manners. Belch. Loudly. It fires off the caveman signals in women's brains. They can't resist a good belch. There we go. All done. Let's prepare a little fire pit. We'll make sure it's fireproof. Where do I put? I have way too many tree seeds scattered about. I think I'll put it back here. Let's eat. All right, this spot's pretty much perfect. Beautiful. We're gonna need a fireproof block to put over there. I could just go with like rammed earth. We have some, we can't find a use for it. We'll just use it for this. Let's eat. All right, let's get everything set up. Mass production of ores. And then we really need to go ham show on locating borax. It's getting pretty fucking dire at this point. I don't want any of these pelts to go bad, and we only have about 9 to 12 days to do something with them before they go bad, so... All right, deposit the clay. We'll do something with these candles later. Deposit the rammed earth. Grab our backup shovel. We're probably gonna need it pretty soon. Collect my packed dirt. All right, we're gonna find plenty of berries if we set out and explore. Let's deposit our unwanted tools. The prospector's pick might be wanted. I don't really need the copper falx blade. I'll save that space. And then also save space with the bucket. Don't really need the bucket. Yeah, we got a lot more room now for just loot found in transit. And where is my lantern? We're gonna want that. 8:18 in the morning. Let's grab some dry grass as well as sticks and firewood for the pit kiln. Don't really need firewood. I could just use this instead. The peat. It'll make all that stuff be done sooner. All right. Now I need a torch. We'll grab this one off the wall sconce, and then we'll put it back there when we're done with it. Fired up. Cooking. Processing. And producing. All right, let's go ditch this torch and then let's set out for borax again. We've really explored the surrounding countryside a lot, but we're clearly gonna have to explore more. Let's continue heading in this direction, very far past where we found the bronze. I don't need 32 sticks on me, nor do I need this piece of dirt. And like I said, we're just gonna subsist on fucking berries while we're gone. Shouldn't be too hard. September. Let's hope I can subsist on berries. There might be a lot less available. September's pretty late game, honestly. We're like deep in the heart of fall now. Yeah, just pick a direction and run in that direction. That's it, buddy. We're down to our last serving of meat stew, but it is a hefty serving. Hopefully, I locate a bunch of berries on the way. But it is fall. I didn't really notice the month it was. Hopefully there even are berries to be found at this time of year. September? I couldn't tell you. Got another flax seed. Oh, I do see berries. Black currant berries. Cranberries. Beautiful. Yeah, we're not running out of food on this trip. We'll be all right. We're gonna do our very best to keep heading in the exact same direction the whole time. That way we make sure we don't get lost, and we can travel very far looking for a different type of sedimentary stone layer. If you want to find borax for making leather, you need to keep going until these granite stones right here aren't granite stones anymore. I need like conglomerate stone or limestone, fucking clay stone, sandstone. Fucking boar thought he was gonna run up and start something. I was like, hell no. I ended his life. He started something and I ended his life. I'll leave his child to live, that it may always wonder what became of its foolish father. Native copper. Not even worried about it. One thing I really love about Vintage Story is that every time you play it, provided you're still excited to play it and you're still learning every playthrough, you're always learning new things for your next playthrough. And it just makes you more and more excited to have that next playthrough. I never feel when I die like I've been robbed of the experience and there's no going back, right? I never get that depression of like, wow, well, there goes my whole playthrough. I never get that. I always feel like, hell yeah, fresh start, baby. Random spawn, different resource prevalence. I get to build my house different. I get to apply what I learned in the last playthrough. This game has completely taken over my whole fucking channel. It's insane, actually. I'm pretty happy about it too. Oh, you're back. Welcome back, Saturn. Right on. The borax we didn't find, but we have 2 brass torch holders hung up on our wall at home. Yeah. I don't know. That's a very good question, buddy. A very good question indeed. Let's eat. Yes, my favorite, rugged mountainous terrain that's hard to pass through. All right, let's drop down. Still just granite, it looks like. A wolf? The Wolf of Wall Street, as they call him. A medium temporal storm is approaching. Shit. Well, I can't exactly just keep on searching anymore. Maybe we have to call this direction a dead end. Like, we've ran far. Probably not nearly as far as we need to, but... It only took me a few hours to run out here. I'll go a little bit further before I give up. I wish you could find borax everywhere. Like, it'd be nice to have that one thing in it. Like, I'd like to be able to find lime in any biome. Any biome, right? I don't want to have to go, like, across 1 trillion miles for it. Once I get to that mountain up there, I'm gonna have to call it, and we're gonna have to head back. So far, though, I'm still just seeing granite. Well, I'm running in a straight line right now, doing straight line running. Sometimes I do put up little signposts that point in the direction of my home. God, I can't even see a new type of stone, man. Shit. All right, let's just turn back. It is way too hard to find leather. The fact that it's easier to get tailored gambeson armor than it is to get leather armor just blows my mind. Tailored gambeson armor, it's just a matter of time. You just wait until you've grown enough flax, but I feel like I'm closer to a full set of tailored gambeson than I am to a full set of leather armor. Hell, once we get my next flax harvest, I'll be able to make tailored gambeson. It's like just about to happen. Everything is at growth stage 7 out of 8 right now. No, there's traders. Yeah, there's merchants. That's, you have traders by default in wilderness survival. It's just I also have no rusty gears, and I find I never have the items that I need to sell to traders. It's a big ass mountain. Yeah, but as far as I know though, like that wouldn't be conducive to an entertaining live stream though. The problem with repeatedly spawning in looking for a better seed is that I'm pretty sure if you put in the same seed, you'll get a different spawn in that same seed. It's like it generates the same world, but you show up in a different place within it. So even if I find a good seed with limestone available right away, I can't guarantee that I spawn in the place where the limestone is if I die and I have to restart, right? And, God, it could require like 50 different restarts before I spawn next to lime. And that would be boring for me as the player and boring for the viewers as well. I still stand by the notion that borax should be something that you can find in pretty much every biome. Like, it should just be underground everywhere. And if the game is so kind as to give you like limestone or sandstone or claystone, sure, like that's good. But making sure everybody has something besides just conches and... or, this was another idea of mine, it'd be really nice if you could, like... If getting mollusks and shells was a common drop from panning through sand. Like, if you could pan sand and end up with a shitload of mollusks, that would at least give you an option for creating your first batches of leather in the event that you couldn't find a better source, right? Alright, we're getting back to home territory, just about. Once we pass through this mountain range up ahead. Yeah, all of those stones have just been granite. Like, all of them, everywhere. Oh yeah, it's its own thing. Check the description of the live stream. I have a link where you can buy Vintage Story in the description down below, Sheepy. Hibiscus. I wonder if I'm gonna be able to subsist on my grain stores for the entire winter. Some people actually play with 30-day months. The straw man argument. Wokey with no facts. True. Right on, Jay. Right on. I appreciate that, buddy. It's wonderful to meet you. And kudos to the algorithm for doing you a solid. Hell yeah. Have you ever played Vintage Story? I see our house off in the distance, standing like a beacon of incomplete construction. Alright, we're gonna grab some cattails and rhizomes the rest of the way home. But if I get that imminent temporal storm warning, I pretty much have to go right away. Yeah, we gotta get these rhizomes in multiples of 3 so that we simplify the scythe's ability to harvest them. All right, that's 33 rhizomes that we can plant near base. Hey, goat. I'm the goat. You ain't the goat. I'm the goat. Are you a male? Are you gonna turn around and attack me? Because that would be pretty awesome. What are you doing? No? Okay. Hey, our cattails are grown. We can actually harvest those with the scythe now, which is pretty awesome. I am aware that I'm hungry, but I want to get these planted. All right, last batch of 3. Done. We have a very long cattail farm right there. We're making more ingot molds as we speak. I think it's time I made more pies. Yeah, we may as well make more pie at this point. Don't exactly feel safe baking them during a temporal storm, but I'd imagine I might be okay if I spawn-proof this area. Let's put down some dry grass. I have no dry grass. I used it all. All right. I know that I've been told by many people that that doesn't stop spawns, that they can spawn in the air, but I've never had a monster spawn in a spawn-proofed room before. Not really. Every time I've had an enemy spawn in a room, there has been like some sort of circumstance or missed block that justified the spawning. All right, I'm gonna need to make flour out of this. There it is. Let's hope I'm not being too reckless here. My door is closed, right? Yeah, the front door is. I need 9 more spelt flour. I am a lot happier, Shibi. I am. I find it's harder to get a good night's sleep here. Sometimes it's a very noisy space, like the whole family basically lives together in the same apartment building type thing. But I am happy here. I am. Much happier. Let's put the berries in there. Okay. And let's start making some pies. Beautiful. We don't really have enough turnips, but I could make other types of pies. And let's heat this up and start baking them. Okay, and now grab a torch off the wall, light it, put the torch back on the wall. That's gonna get up to temperature for baking. I can make 2 more pies, so I guess we'll just do onion pies. Okay. We'll cook these ones first, and those will be the ones that we start eating. And then we have 8 turnip pies to cook. That's true, Cameron. Yeah, I used to live in Canada. I moved over to Czech Republic because, honestly, Canada's kind of fucked. The people of Canada are kind of fucked. It's a very liberal, Democrat country, and it's all about gay people, trannies, Indians, and honestly, the vaccine mandates during COVID were the scariest thing I've ever seen. Like, Canada was one of those countries where people were getting fired from their jobs if they refused vaccination. So, like, just pure fucking liberal hellscape tyranny, you know? Imagine firing someone because they won't take a medication. That's a direct violation of the Nuremberg Code, and yet Canada did it. The United States did it. Australia did it. Absolute fucking insanity. Couldn't believe it, buddy. Like, the Nuremberg Code directly says that you can't compel somebody to take a medication against their will. And if you do, you have to fully inform somebody of the risk to benefit ratio with a complete detailing of what the risks are. Informed consent is the operable term, right? Like, yeah. I'll never forget the time I saw Justin Trudeau go, I saw this clip on the internet where Justin Trudeau went on RuPaul's Drag Race and he told a bunch of drag queens that the cross-dressing struggle was one of the greatest battles that Canada was facing. I was like, what? Really? I guess we all know what Trudeau does in his downtime, though. Tries on little dresses. Phil, there was no way for you to know that. And I will explain why. The COVID vaccines, all of them, had only received emergency use authorization from the FDA rather than full-fledged approval. Approval would denote sufficient testing to understand the possible potential side effects. But they didn't have that. They only had emergency use authorization, which meant that they could be dangerous, but the present situation justified the administering of the vaccines. Moreover, hang on. My house seems clear. I don't want to, I don't know, that's scaring the shit out of me. But yeah, you can't give somebody informed consent without that data, right? Also, the most important part is that when people were reporting their adverse reactions to the vaccines, those adverse reactions, they were having their posts deleted on social media, even if they had doctors, like, documentation to prove that they had the side effects. It was pure tyranny, buddy. And no, kids in schools, it's not required of kids in schools to get vaccinated. It's not. You can literally make it, you can refuse to vaccinate your kid for measles and smallpox and whatever, and they'll still be allowed to go to school. Now, certain schools will decide not to have your kid, but they can also decide to let your kid stay. It's never been law. In the state you live in, no one got fired from not taking the vaccine. Right on. Very good. Not every place was on its face tyrannical. Well, that's what I'm trying to tell you, Phil, is that the risk to benefit ratio was not known because it was experimental. It did not have sufficient trials for anybody to know that. It was a gamble. It was a big risk. And now there's a whole bunch of adverse event statistics coming out. Increased cancer rates in the vaccinated, blood clots, myocarditis, all kinds of shit. Hello, Ozgun. Hello, buddy. Welcome. How are you? I never got it, and I'm still alive. That's probably the biggest red flag. Plenty of people just never got vaccinated, and they're fine. And for people like me, COVID is little more than a common cold. I'm doing okay, Ozgun. I'm actually having a wonderful day. An amazing day. Thank you for asking. Every day above ground is a blessing, buddy. Yeah, the vaccine mandates, like firing people over it, was pure Nazi behavior. It was pretty bad. Well, I mean, that's the question you have to ask yourself, Phil. You're either taking your chances with the man-made virus, right? Or you're taking your chances with the man-made cure to the man-made virus. Anyway, unfortunately, we're gonna have to stop cooking because a very dangerous monster spawned in that room. So I have officially now seen an example where I spawn-proofed the entire place and something still spawned in. It almost killed us. And Phil, you might have gotten the, what is it, Delta variant, the first one? The first version was horrible. My sister had the first one. She's a very healthy individual, but she had that first variant of COVID, Delta variant, and it was really bad for her, really bad. So I get it, but after that first variant, we started developing herd immunity as a matter of course. Like it actually started, now we have Omicron. Right? The more people that beat it with their immunity, the more weak the virus got, and the more numerous weak strains came into existence. I don't think I'll play Darkest Dungeon 2, no. I like Darkest Dungeon 1 too much, but I did play the shit out of Darkest Dungeon 1 and get mildly bored of it after a while. Alright, unfortunately this pie is charred. We had to leave it in there, but we'll do what we can. I'll eat the charred stuff first. Turnip pie and onion pie. Throw them in there. Alright. We have some seeds that we need to plant, but I don't exactly want to step outside yet. Let's make more healing bandages. We need more at this point. There we go. Deposit those. And the medium raw hides. Some people took it and they were fine, but other people took it and they had horrible side effects from it. It's the way that I explain it to people is for a lot of people, penicillin is fine. For my wife, if she takes penicillin, she breaks out in hives all over her body. Different genetic codes have different reactions to different things. Some things are so volatile that it doesn't matter what your genetic code is, you will have bad side effects from it. Radioactivity is such a thing, right? Radiation, bad for everybody. But some medications, they might cause one person a mild tummy ache. They might do absolutely nothing to another person, right? But other things, like the COVID vaccines, they were far more damaging and they had far higher rates of adverse events than other vaccines because they were experimental, because they were rushed, and because they were mRNA technology which had not been tested before that point. So it was just worse than normal, you know? Ideally, there would have been like some form of clinical trials to indicate some degree of safety, but there were none. Turnip pie, put the slices in there. Yeah, like I said, we'll finish the charred pie first. We're almost done cooking. We have a lot of food. Let's plant these crops. Hopefully there's no more monsters out there. You know what? There are. I'm gonna go to sleep first. That's not gonna burn my pie, right? No. Yeah, let's go to sleep. I'll wake up early. So we have daylight now. I don't see any enemies nearby. Oh yeah, our first big harvest in our new garden. New-ish. All the turnips are done. What I really want is those grains, because we're going to be living primarily off of pie in the winter. Alright, so... these are pea crops right here, the turnips. So any slot that has good pea nutrients. Right there. These are the pea crops in that little cluster. Plant the flax. This is an N crop. It's spelt, right? Rye. We'll plant the rye over here. And then I could plant a bunch of turnips. They're N nutrients. The N nutrients are depleted in these slots, so we can't really plant anymore. We have a full farm now. The farm is looking amazing at the moment. We actually have a surplus of seeds for the first time pretty much ever. And we just got two... oh shit, I charred another pie. Alright. Well, we'll eat that one. Just like this other charred pie. But we have a lot of food for a while. We're gonna want to continue our search. We have to continue our search for borax. Put that bucket down. And let's check on this. It might be time to move these over. Yep. 3 large hides. That's going to be done very shortly. Strong tannin right here. Let's seal that. We'll turn into 9 leather after 4.5 days. That's all we were able to do with the mollusks, the shellfish that we found. We have no more. We need borax for the rest. Anyway, let's get harvesting these cattails here. Oh, I knew this would be good. Beautiful. Oh, the likes counter might not have updated for you. If I look at mine here, yeah, I'm not doing channel boot camp. Get out of here. I don't need boot camp. I'm already succeeding. Yeah, we have 17 likes on here. 14 dislikes, which is actually a huge amount. But that might be because I was just talking about vaccines and how they were dangerous and how it violated the Nuremberg Code like the Nazis did. That's probably where all those came from. But yeah, we have 17 likes on here. right, let's eat some charred pie. And I forgot another one there, so we have another charred pie. But all that food it's stacking, so we'll just eat these charred ones first. Beautiful. Let's get out there and try to find some resources. We went that way yesterday. I guess we'll just run this way a whole lot today and try to find what we're looking for. Yeah, the Nuremberg Code specifically states that you can't coerce somebody into taking any medication. You can't force people to take a medication. You can't. Not unless. I'm pretty sure that there's only one situation in which you can, and if it's the risks are outweighed by the benefits and you can prove it, like if you have data for that medication to inform it has to be like informed consent. Now, you can manufacture consent without informing them, but that's a violation of the Nuremberg Code, and that is what happened. Like, you can make people say yes, but there's only one correct way to make people say yes, and we didn't do it during the pandemic. Yeah, they have to have full awareness of the drug's potential side effects. And there was no possibility of that because they were produced too fast and had no data behind them. Let's grab these mushrooms. They're forage for the road. They'll keep us fed when our charred pies run out. There's a bunch of mushrooms here. I'm starting to think that maybe mushrooms are more common in the fall. One thing I find really funny about the recent state of the world is that so many people just throw around the term Nazi, like, oh, you like Charlie Kirk, you must be a Nazi, or, oh, you like Andrew Tate, you must be a Nazi, or, oh, you don't like illegal immigrants, so you must be a Nazi. But when you talk about the pandemic and the actual Nazi behavior, the violations of the Nuremberg Code, all of a sudden, oh, that's not Nazism, it's different, you know? Like, actual Nazism, the people who committed to it, they never admit to it. They never, like, yield to the proof of it, right? It's all ass backwards. All right, we got a lot of food for a full day's exploring. I'm really hoping we can find a biome that supports borax, because I'm nearing my wit's end. Like, we haven't found anything. It's just granite. As far as we go, all we ever find is granite. And it doesn't matter which direction we go in either. It's just granite, granite, granite. As far as the eye can see. Granite stones. Don't really need the turnip seeds, but I will harvest the vegetables themselves. Anyway, all that to say, I'm very happy I'm not in Canada anymore. Because in Canada, you would have been fired if you were a nurse who refused the COVID vaccine, but here in Czech Republic, Zuzana's mother did refuse vaccination, and she's like the manager of the labor and delivery ward. Like, she's the manager of the delivery wing at the hospital. So just completely different values as a country. I think in Europe, the memory of Nazi Germany is more fresh. So people kind of knew that it would be a line that you couldn't go back from if they started firing people. Europeans knew that, right? And that's why across the vast majority of Europe, no mandates, no vaccine mandates whatsoever. There were restrictions, like the 6 feet apart shit, sure, but they never forced a vaccine into anybody. Makes sense that you, as a legal migrant, are not pro-illegal immigration. It's exactly, Biden on a bender, exactly. There's a right way and a wrong way, right? Me and Zuzi applied to immigration just last week. Yeah, we brought all the documents we needed and everything. And that's the thing, it's a skill check. If you're gonna become a resident of a new country, that country just wants to know that you're capable of following basic instructions, being organized, being responsible, providing what's required, and doing your due diligence when required, right? That's all they want to know. It's just a couple of hoops to jump through because they want to know that you can jump. So why would we want to have someone in our respective countries who can't even follow basic instructions and, you know, yeah. All right, that's a black bear. I can totally kill a black bear, but I better still try to be careful. Oh God. Oh God. Holy shit. Okay, yeah. I fell into a mine. I almost died to it, but I think we're okay as long as I use a few bandages here, run around, and eat. All right, let's finish him off. And let's not fall into that mine again. The thing is, even black bears, they're less dangerous than brown bears, but they're still dangerous. Now, I'm pretty sure I came from that way. I don't feel like I'm turned around. I think I still know where I have to go. Still kind of remember where home is. Stop him from harassing us for a while. Yeah, same here, Biden on a bender. Like, you had heavy restrictions, but nobody had the vaccine forced into their veins under threat of being fired, right? Although, from what I hear about, isn't there a political party in Germany called, like, the ADF or something? It's like a banned political party. And what's funny is that didn't they ban that political party because they fear right-wing extremism, but they're actually being the extremists by trying to ban a political party? That's my basic understanding of it. ADF, something like that. I think it's the ADF. I don't know. Okay, we have another black bear. All right, we got it. There's a trader over there, and I'm fairly certain my home is that way. AFD, not banned, but they keep on. Yeah, exactly. They're trying to declare it right wing. Yeah. That's what I thought. That's my understanding of it. Which is crazy. If you're banning political opponents, that is totalitarianism, like through and through, you know? The UK is not doing much better. The UK is arresting its own citizens for tweets that are critical of like immigration policies or tweets that are critical of the school board and the education system. Like, they are full-blown totalitarian police state, fucking unreal. Unreal to see what's happening. Western countries are losing their Western values at an alarming rate. That bear shredded my armor, but now we have 2 more black bear hides, so. Yeah, we're still just seeing granite. Like, it's granite everywhere, and I'm just wondering if there's like a glitch in the world generation or something at this point. It doesn't matter which direction I go or for how long I go in that direction, we only seem to see granite. And it's driving me nuts, buddy. Both nurses and military members were threatened their jobs. Where was, which location was that, Luke? I certainly know that happened in some places, but it didn't happen here in the Czech Republic. Oh, history's always trying to repeat itself. The world makes a lot more sense when you just think of it in terms of God and Satan. You know, like, I am a Christian. I'm definitely a Christian, and I think that there's just a force in the world that conspires against people, and another equal but opposite force that conspires for the sake of people, in the name of people, for the good of people, right? Two equal but opposite spiritual forces ever at war with each other, seeking to claim hearts and minds of people. Yeah, when I started praying regularly, dude, my life really changed, like big time changed. Let's drop that meat. Eat these blueberries. I still have a turnip pie. Let's eat that. Hell yeah. All right. I think it boils down to free will. The thing is, God can't just help you if you don't want it or if you're not willing to ask for it, right? When you want a person to help you, what do? You ask that person, and I think God is pretty much the same. If you want God's help, you have to humble yourself and be willing to ask for it. We gotta go this way. I can't believe it, but we're still only seeing granite. How are you doing, old fart? It's good to see you, buddy. Hell yeah, talking politics and other stuff. We were just talking about vaccine mandates, old fart. Among other things, government corruption, eroding Western values. Right on, Emerald, right on. God bless you. We're still just seeing granite. Granite everywhere. Endless fucking granite. I have been running so long in this direction and we can't find anything else. I've been running so long in every direction and it's just nothing but fucking granite. Tell you one thing, if I find limestone or borax, we're harvesting so fucking much of that shit. Like, an unimaginably excessive amount. Goodbye. Yeah. It is autumn now. There's a brown bear over there. Let's go this way. Well, some people flinch at the name of God. You know what it is. You say you're a Christian and the devil works in them. And he's working overtime every day. Same devil who told people it was okay to fire others for their vaccine status. I wonder if I could, like, change the size of the world to change the size of the biomes, because I feel like that might be necessary in order to have a good playthrough. Because this is kind of crazy. I think I might finally be seeing another type of rock, but it's anybody's guess whether or not it's the right type for what we're looking for. We're looking for borax. So what is this over here? This blackened rock. That is slate. Let's see here. Borax. I don't think I can find borax in slate. No, I can find it in shale, but... Wait, shale? Slate. Fuck. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think we're gonna be finding it where the slate is. Like, we found a place with new stuff, but it's not the right stuff, you know what I mean? And I can only imagine that that straight over there is not going to be limestone, but rather is just going to be more granite, right? We are going to have to head back. Yeah, we have to head back now. I can't keep running in this direction. It sucks too, because I ran in this direction all day just to find out that our nearest next neighbor biome, which is nowhere near, to be fair, it doesn't have the right stuff. All right, let's eat. Eat some more. Yeah, we got a long way to go to get home. Skin this asshole right here. Beautiful. That's a bear. We're going this way. Fuck. I don't think I can kill that boar. It depends. We got it. The bear is very close, though. It kind of scares the fuck out of me. Come on, man. All right, let's go. Continue home. I gotta get the hell away from that bear. We're gonna have to run this way for a very long time in order to get home. Hello, gamer fam. Welcome. How are you? There was just a massive landslide, I think. Let's grab these berries and keep on heading in this direction toward home. Hey, another boar. Well, we're certainly doing really good on meat collection and hides and fat, but without the borax, we can't make leather anyway, so it's like it's for nothing, you know? Really annoying. I don't like that. Massive mountain right here. We have to find a way around this. Anyway, I'm trying to keep my bearings straight for the trip home. Hopefully we're not, you know, gonna be like super lost. But as long as I don't lose my sense of direction, we should be fine. Hello, Brian. Welcome. What's up, buddy? Running home at night. I remember that waterfall right there. We're on the right track. Totally on the right track. Oh yeah, damn dark. I think we ran through the forest to get where we were. I think I know which direction we're gonna emerge near our house from. But I am getting more comfortable with nighttime travel. The only thing is you can't turn much. You have to keep going straight in order to make sure you're not getting lost. If you turn, you're doomed. Like if you turn and then lose your orientation. The moon will rise soon, and I'll have a little bit more ambient brightness to work with. Jesus. I was headed that way. Probably couldn't take on a brown bear like that. It's really lucky that it was a black bear instead of a brown one. I wonder when I'm gonna get home. There's a large body of water here. So I was running this way. I think. I fucking well hope so. Although, I ran back here. I would have ran past the water. Maybe that way. I'm gonna need more ambient brightness than this, dude. This is fucking pitch. I see a light over there. What is that light? It might be a trader. In fact, it could be the trader near our base. I know there is a trader near our base. It'd be a relief if I found my way home in the dark like that. There's a double, oh god, triple trader wagon here. Christ. Anyway, we might be a little lost. But at least here I can sleep. Damn straight, old fart. We're growing fast, buddy. Growing very fast. Alright, we have slept. And now I gotta find out how the hell to get home. Do I keep going that way? I don't think so. I think I might have actually overshot base. I'm not certain, but I think so. It would suck to get lost, for sure. Alright, well, you know what? We're just gonna keep on heading that way. And we're gonna hope that we're not actually lost. It'd be ironic if I did get really lost and then I ended up finding like limestone or sandstone, claystone. It sucks, but I've been looking for that shit all day, and I haven't found it. It does seem like it's probably my primary point of contention with the game's current state of development. And it's honestly getting so bad in my perspective that I might mod it out. Like I might find a way to use mods to circumvent it. Hey, sweetie. Keep going. It does seem to me the only alternative that I have is using the map. That's the only alternative. Playing without a map is cool. It's definitely like brass balls times 1,000 cool, but at the same time, you kind of screw yourself over navigation-wise. Because in this game, in order for me to find all that stuff I'm looking for, I would need to travel really far, right? And the fact that I can get lost kind of stops me from traveling far, and it really hinders the whole process. Like if I have to travel 3,000 kilometers to find limestone or borax or claystone or sandstone, then so be it. But like, I need a map in order to do that safely, right? I need like a map and waypoints. Because I do think at this point, we're probably lost and not gonna find our way home. And I only ran as far as we did because we need the resources, right? Yeah, I tried to go in a straight line there and a straight line back, but...
But do you know if you were going north or south?
No, no. Well, hopefully we'll still manage to find our way home at one point, but I'm not optimistic now that we've been running this far for this long. I hope you feel better soon, gamer fam. Have a couple of fried eggs for your brother, would you? Some clean fuel for your recovery. Hopefully we emerge at our home lake. Getting lost and never finding our way home would be a shitty way to end a series. But it does look like that. Oh my god, we're not lost. Guys, I just found a fighting position. That's like our... Oh my god, that's a glimpse of home. Oh my god, it's our house! Guys, we found our way home! How? Alright, whatever, who cares? We're home! Alright, so we're not done yet. I still can't believe, though, that we haven't found what we're looking for. So I need to completely scratch off that direction. So we are gonna make markers indicating where we've gone really far in search of that stuff. So over here, we have searched there. Yeah. And then we're gonna make an X. So that way, X, no. X no on the sex no. Let's process these bear hides here. I had to use all my fat to do it, but a couple of black bears kind of shredded our gear, so. All right, 3 black bear hides. Yeah, our black bear armor right here is almost broken. It's at 0 durability. Holy shit. All right, I'm gonna have to equip this stuff then. My improvised lamellar armor. Although, can't I repair the bear hide stuff? Hang on. Sewing kit. Yeah, repairs. Although it's expensive as fuck, it would require 4 flax twines and a stick. Well, you know what? If I'm patient, I don't need to use the 4 flax twines, so that's what we're gonna do. Put that armor on there. It looks real fucking tattered, but that's okay. Deposit the hides. Mushrooms, berries, go over here. I'm very surprised we found our way home. My farm is pretty much full, so I'm gonna have to just deposit these seeds. And let's make a hefty ass meat stew. Beautiful. 6 servings. Let's get it cooked. Grab the torch off the sconce. Deposit the scythe and the resin. Yeah, I thought we were never gonna see this place again. Anyway, I'm not gonna stop exploring. We're gonna leave that meat stew in there. It'll keep quite well. I don't need travel food. What I need is to keep on looking for what we're looking for. So I'll just take those cranberries and we'll eat those. So we've already searched that way. Now we're gonna go really far. Hey, our clay stuff is done. just put that right there for now. And our new crucible. Put it right here. Put this back on the sconce. It's 11 at noon. We're just gonna run this way. As far this way as this way can go. Looks like we did a lot of damage with that forest fire that we started. Yeah, next time I play, I think I'm just gonna keep using the map. I got better at this, but the game's not balanced for this is the problem, right? Wilderness survival, you're not supposed to be able to beat the game with it. You have to travel too far. And the only way you could do it is if you were completely fine with losing your base. And always carrying certain things on you that you know you'll need if you have to start a new home somewhere else in the event you can't find your old home. But we probably have a while before our next temporal storm. I literally need to just run. I need to run as far into this direction as this direction goes. We found slate when we went the other way. We need to keep running in this direction until we see a new type of stone besides granite. And we have to hope it's one of the ones that supports limestone. But me finding my way home after all that, even though I was running around at nighttime, that is definitely like proof of my improvements playing without a map. And I'm not going to give up on this series at all. We're going to keep on trying, of course. It's just I have no optimism that I can actually beat the story stuff, right? Like at all. I feel like you're kind of supposed to have a map, but I'll try to look into what Saturn told me about, where there's basically like a cartographer mod where you can make your own maps. Because at least that way I start without one and I have to do the whole close-knit homesteading thing, but I'll be able to have a map later when I unlock it, technology-wise, right? Seems like a good middle-of-the-ground solution. There's peridotite here, but again, peridotite is not a rock type that actually supports what we're looking for is the problem. Yeah, I'm pretty sure peridotite won't support borax. No, we found some bismuth. I'm still just heading away from home in a straight line. Like, it hasn't changed. All hills here, though, which is kind of shitty. I get chased by a bear in this, we're a dead man. This is the densest forest I've ever fucking seen. Granite gravel. We are back in the trusty sands of granite. God bless. Amazing. Found a little patch of peridotite, and now we're back in granite. Alright, there's peridotite and granite here. Again, though, we just have to keep heading in this direction. We can't do anything else. We just can't. Oh, wow, that's a lot of quartz. Well, it looks like I'm not heading in that direction anymore. Anyway, let's just head back home. We've eliminated this direction. And we now know that in this direction there's peridotite, but peridotite is not one of the viable things that we can find borax in. Hopefully the run back is a little bit easier than the run here. And just as bearless. God, we climbed all of this terrain. That is nuts, buddy. That's the violet cap that we passed before. I recognize that blueberry bush. We're on our way home. We'll sleep again and then we'll pick a new direction. We're just eliminating them. We're going in each direction until we find a new type of stone. What would really demotivate me, though, is if we... Olivine. Okay, I guess I'll grab some olivine. What would really demotivate me is if we traveled in every direction and everywhere that we went, we found, like, rocks that can't have borax underneath them, right? That would break my heart. Like, if it was just a world where we couldn't find fucking borax. Like, I have to admit, man, the leather is really annoying. It's really annoying. And it's little aspects like that which just make the game feel too early accessy and incomplete, you know? Those are the things that make it feel like a soured experience, like milk that stayed in a jar for too long. Let's grab some of this dirt. We're gonna need it in order to mark another location as thoroughly searched. We'll be coming up on our home location eventually. I need some raw data. Like, I need to know, you know how there are different types of stone, like granite, peridotite, andesite, etc. How big is the span where those rock layers don't change, right? What's the block amount? Is it like 10,000 by 10,000? Is it more? Is it less? Like, how big can I expect the quote-unquote granite zone to be, right? Anyway, we're almost home, so we're gonna mark this place as searched. We'll put a little marker behind the house indicating that we've been here and found nothing. Well, like we traveled that way until we found another rock, and it was just green shit. Peridotite, so we can't do anything with that. Yeah, let's put down a little marker here. And then a big X. That way is no good. That's what that marker means. So now we have to go that way and then to the right. Those are the only two ways we haven't really gone yet. Let's grab these two prepared hide, put them in the strong tannin. We're making 13 leather, but that's all we can do with the amount of seashells that we found. And if nothing else, at least our crops are growing nicely while we're pissing in the wind out there. Our meat stew is done, so we'll deposit the berries and we'll just take the meat stew. And, oh, nice, nice. Thank you. Deposit the olivine. Let's get some sleep now. Let's just deposit that crock on the shelf after sealing it with honeycomb. Okay, we have 2 servings of meat stew. It's way too dark to go right now. But we already slept, so it won't be dark for much longer. I could just pick a direction and start going. What's that?
I'm sorry to distract.
Cordon bleu.
Yeah.
God damn, nice. Good find. Gordon Bleh. Running through the darkness. This is where we always end up, chat. Running through the darkness. With a lantern in hand, hoping the Lord will guide our way to the limestone. Or the claystone, or the sandstone. Or the borax. Or the conglomerate stone. I actually think I might make a mod for this game. You know how I made that mod for 7 Days to Die? I might do the same thing here, where I make it so that you can get shellfish by panning. Because if we can get shellfish by panning, then it creates a sort of a mid-game possibility where, you know how you have to pan for copper in the early game to get started? Well, maybe in the mid-game you pan for shellfish, so that you can make your first batches of leather bags and leather armor if you can't find the stuff you need to do it, right? I think that would be a great addition to the game. Just being able to find shellfish with a pan would change everything. Because honestly, I would be okay with panning until I got 60 shellfish in the same way that we were panning until we got 60 copper ore. Like, that would be fine, you know? It's still really dark, but we're still just heading in the same direction, so we're not really lost. I can find my way back home even if we leave at night. Growing flax. Oh, we need that. No seeds? No seeds. Okay. We're still in granite country. But we just keep moving, and sooner or later it's gonna be daylight. We just have to outrun, oh god, the monsters. Granite. Ouch. Big fall. I didn't even make myself more healing bandages. While we're traveling, I'm gonna want to try to find what I need to do that. We found our way to a forest biome, so I can potentially find what we need. There's a massive hill in front of me, though, and I don't know how tall it is. It's 4:36 in the morning and it's still dark. That's probably a result of the changing seasons, right? Now that it's autumn, it takes longer for the sun to rise. That's creepy as fuck. See, I was thinking it would start getting bright at like 3 in the morning, but now we're still traipsing through the dark at 4:30. Let's try to find some horsetail while we keep heading in this direction. Yeah? Oh, well, that's sweet of them.
Yeah, the angel and the devil came to visit and they left this for us, apparently.
Damn.
It's a conjecture.
Yeah, I gotcha. I'm pleased to say the sun is rising. I haven't found any bandage supplies yet, whether in the form of cattails or horsetail. There is a cattail there, but only one. I'm gonna head back this way a bit, because we've been kind of veering to the left for a while. Anyway, we at last have a stretch of open plains. Let's take a look at this wall over here. See, it's probably just still granite, but let me guess, granite and quartz. Yeah. There's a trader's hut over there. Anyway, it's finally bright enough where we don't need the lantern out to see. And we're not lost, not really. Still know exactly where home is. I just gotta turn around and run backwards. Let's eat. It doesn't look like that was the type of forest where I could find horsetail. So far, still nothing but granite in this direction. Still just granite, it looks like. Let's keep heading that way. Yeah, we basically have to keep heading in this direction until the rock type changes to something else. And depending on what it changes to, we, you know, at that point we go, okay, can I find borax here, or do we have to go back and pick a new direction to travel in? So far, we're 0 for 2. We've gone in 2 directions until we found new rocks, and both of them have failed to yield anything we could use. And you gotta run fucking far for the rocks to change too. It's crazy, like, still just granite. Wow, a shellfish, great. I found 2 lime. We're saved. It's hailing. God, it's actually so cold, there's fucking hail falling right now. I should have made warmer clothes. At least the bear stuff is keeping us slightly warmer. It's probably the reason we're not freezing right now. We've been traveling for a while in this direction. I'm very surprised we haven't found a change in rock yet. I swear to God. I'm gonna delete granite from the game's code and see what it does. There'll be nothing. No world at all. You know why? Because it's a granite planet. We are in a granite fucking planet, chat. And there's nothing here but granite. Well, that's a shitload of cattails up ahead. Nothing there. I'll walk along the beach. What's this? We found sandstone. That's actually a pretty big deal. So I'm gonna make a little tower here. Home is this way. Yeah, we found the object of our quest, actually, but now I need to warm up. I'm getting cold as fuck. We're gonna have to build a fire. Yeah, we have our waypoint home over there. Let's grab some wood. It is freezing here right now. I don't even have a fire starter. I'll need to get sticks and make one. I haven't had to use one of these for a very long time. Alright, the fire is lit. Yeah, we found what we were looking for, so I think at this point I'm gonna head home. We're gonna make warmer clothing. We're gonna grab another pickaxe, right? And then we're gonna head back out here. We found sandstone. We at least found something. We can work with this. We can pack a big lunch and we can head out here, but it was very far. Extremely fucking far. Absurdly far, in fact. Anyway, we're no longer cold, but I am wet. So we're gonna get cold when I start heading back. Let's just start going home now. My body temperature is currently insulated a little. It's a pretty rough trip home though, not gonna lie. It's a very long trip with a lot of hills. We're gonna be running for a while, but at least we found what we were looking for. We left our house at 2, so we spent 7 in-game hours running this way. At least I'm out of the freezing location. We need to find some food on the road, whether it's berries or mushrooms or whatever. We're gonna be running for a while. I just hope we don't run into a fucking bear right now. That would piss me off, because, like, you know, brown bear shows up, kills me, right after we found what we were looking for. However, if I had to find it again, I think I could. The way that I did it seems to be the way to do it. You run in north, south, east, and west. All 4 compass directions, right? Just run in those directions and keep going until you see the rocks change. And that's it. Which I think Saturn told me something to that effect. Yeah, no way, Brian, we're good, buddy. In fact, we found the sandstone. We're better than good. We're great. I need more fucking food. There's no food here. We can starve for a little bit, but it's far from ideal. We'll find something to eat. Tall ass mountain right here. Here we go, cranberries. A little bit of grub for the tummy. I'm just really glad we finally found something. So if I go back there and I get a bunch of prospectors pick readings, eventually we'll find borax. And borax is going to allow me to mass produce leather. And I won't be nickel and diming that shit anymore. And now it's not pitch dark anymore, so I'll actually get to see like a lay of the land on the way home. But for right now, we are roughing it. We're on our way home, but we're also out of food and starving. And we can only survive on whatever berries we happen to find while trying to scale hills and shit. Hills which are prone to collapsing and damaging us even more. So hopefully we get home alive. If not, I guess at least I can say I finally, for the first time, I have the win of locating what we're looking for, because leather has been an ongoing problem. And like series after series, I have failed to be able to make it because of a lack of resources required to. But at least this time I found a biome that was suited to it. Like I traveled far enough until I found the correct rock layer, right? It's like we finally found it. So if I reapply that to any future playthroughs, then I know how to find it. It's just never safe to run cross country because you always risk running into bears. Ideally, you'll have it near you. But for this playthrough, this is oh my god. This is a lot like the playthrough where we successfully went underground for copper for our first time ever, right? This will be my first time traveling really far to find borax or limestone ever, if I can successfully do it. Now, we already located it. That part's done. I just gotta get home. I have to get home, I have to prepare, and tomorrow, first thing, we're gonna head back there. Gonna head back there and try to get it. Skin the boar. It's getting real fucking cold again because of this rain. We got more berries right here. We are literally cranberry to cranberry right now. See how far we had to run just to get there where the sandstone was? It blows my mind that you can just spawn in a place that has it. And then you don't appreciate just how much time, energy, and risk you were spared from in that, right? But at least, yeah, like I said, in the next playthrough, we know exactly what to do in order to find it. Like, we know exactly what to do. It's gonna be a lot easier to replicate the success and just find it. For the first time, we've done it. We applied a strategy, and the strategy yielded results. We finally have it. And that is morale boosting. Very boosting. I think the pies are a good idea, Old Fart. We have a lot of pies back at base. A lot of pies already cooked and stored in the cellar, so we'll just grab a bunch of pie and make a new pickaxe before we head out. Then we'll come back and we won't leave until we find borax. It's getting real cold. I might have to make another fucking campfire again. If I start losing health to the weather, then I'm pretty much gonna have to. And making warm clothes, yes. I'm gonna have to write down a little checklist. Make warm clothes, make new pickaxe, and bring a lot of food. All right, the rain is stopping, so we might begin warming up at this point. We'll know we're getting close to home when we find a lake. The home lake. Oh, this weather is fucked. It's super windy, which is only gonna make us colder. But we'll be home soon. I actually think we're coming up on home right now. I remember seeing this biome when we left home, so we're gonna come up on the lake. Yep, I see home off in the horizon. We're there. We've made it back. It is getting really cold. Yeah, it's late September right now. September, October, and November are like your autumn months. And then December, January, and February are your winter months in this. Yeah, we're taking health damage to the cold right now. Okay, we are sheltered. Let's light a fire and warm up. Getting home on a really cold day when you're freezing to death is a vibe. It is a total fucking vibe. All right. Yeah, we have a shitload of pie. A lot of pie. Onion or turnip, doesn't matter, we have it. And we still have a lot of time left on these hides, so we know they're not gonna, like, go bad. We'll be able to use them for making leather. Provided we come back with the borax, right? Let's make a meat stew out of these 5 meat right here. Okay. Flax is taking a while. It sure is. Let's water the crops. We have some completed onions here. No, not really. We have to leave them growing a little bit more. Eat that. All right, let's make some warm clothing. I have a lot of pelts, like a lot of pelts. I made sure we had a lot, so we can make really great clothing now for the season. Fur gloves. Can I make fur gloves with? No, it would have to be 1 large hide or 2 medium hides. Knee-high fur boots. Okay. Fur gloves. Fur coat. 3 large pelts with a knife. We have clothing. I have a fur coat. I have warm shoes, warm gloves, and then we could use new rawhide gear. I was hoping we'd have a completed bear hide by now, because I need a new bear chest piece, but I might want to, I don't know. Clothing, condition, vintage, story. So we made warm clothes. So does your armor just like break when it runs out of durability or what? It stops protecting you entirely, offering 0 damage reduction, but still imposing its normal movement and hunger penalties until repaired. Fair enough. Okay. Can't I make, like... a hat? I can make a straw hat. I guess it's better than nothing, right? All right, let's make our pickaxes. Yeah, we're just gonna prepare for the trip for tomorrow, and we'll do it first thing in the morning. Try to go get some borax. So I need 92 copper, I think. In each slot, and then this. So we should get 10, yeah, 10 tin, wait. Yeah, 10 tin bronze. And then we have our 10 molds right here. Let's get it lit. At least 8 coal is going to be required for all 10 of that to melt down, but when it does, those 10 ingots will really come in handy. I don't need this fire starter anymore. Or magnesium. Right on.
I'm gonna do the dishes and make dinner, so you have less than an hour to finish it.
Alrighty. I'll be done long before then. Alright, let's put the coal in there. It's time for it. We need to make more bandages for sure. Yeah, we're gonna pack really well. There's my 4 bandages. Let's heal up. Oh, wow. We got so much junk food. I love it. We're gonna eat like kings. King Susanna. Now, if I crafted a sewing kit, I could theoretically repair my armor. How do you... I hate the armor stand interface. I really do. It doesn't work. Like, I just want to remove my knife from the dummy, but I can't. How to remove knife from armor stand. Vintage story. I don't get it. Nobody's talking about this? How is it that nobody's talking about the fact that you can only remove the helmet? Like, you have to literally remove everything from the armor stand in order to get the weapon off it. An intuitive design would be, it just like... You get whatever you're looking at when you right click it. You would just, you know, like right click, boom. I need to make a sewing kit. Four of those and 1 stick. Got it. Why won't it let me repair the bear hide armor? It can only be repaired at a location later in the story. Doesn't repair the durability, only repairs the condition. Well, the condition of the black bear hide armor is good, providing a little bit of insulation, but the durability is gone, so it's not going to give us any armor. And it looks like I can't repair it, so... We'll pour that bronze and then we'll sleep. Let's grab our Falk's blade. So, we have healing poultices. We have warm clothing. We're not going to freeze out there the same way that we did before. Let's grab the tongs for pouring that stuff. Making 10 ingots is pretty hardcore, I like it. Mass producing, making sure that we don't run out anytime soon and that a new tool is always just a short work order away. I'd like to sleep, but it's not the right time to sleep right now. Some of our flax has begun to reach growth stage number 8. Almost done. All right. It's weird how you can't just hold right click to keep on pouring from one. Maybe if you crouch? Yeah, actually it does seem to work if you crouch. No, it doesn't. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's up with that. You should be able to just hold right click and keep on pouring. But you can't. Anyway, let's go to sleep now that that's all made. I need a little bit of food. Let's grab these onion pies. Delicious. Muffins. All right, now we make tools with our brand new 10 bronze ingots. I need a new pickaxe. 2 pickaxes should be fine, and I might want to make a better conditioned prospector's pick than that copper one, because we have very limited usage out of that. So, let's put 4 ingots in here, and a piece of coal. So, as far as what we make, I'm gonna need a new hammer, so we might want to make a hammer first. And then we'll make a pickaxe, a prospector's pick. And after that, probably the Falk's blade. Yeah, it sounds good to me. We have our work order figured out. So hammer first, followed by a Falk's blade, a pickaxe, and a prospector's pick. Oh wow, look at you. We still haven't finished our first batch of compost. It takes a long time, 20 days, but it's getting there. Our first batch of leather won't be done for another day and a half. We'll get 9 leather out of it. which lets me make one backpack, but I'd probably rather try to make some armor with it. It's the only armor that doesn't slow you down. Okay, hammerhead. Tin bronze hammerhead. All right. We're done with the hammer. Let's eat a piece of pie. Now we need the Falk's blade. Takes a lot of hammer swings to get this Falk's blade done. Okay, our bronze Falk's blade is done. I imagine that's going to be a very powerful weapon. Now, we need our prospector's pick and regular pickaxe. There's the bronze pickaxe head right there. Good thing we made that hammer. All right, Pickaxe is done. Now we need the pro pick. Prospecting pick head. There it is. Anyway, I still have about 45 minutes before dinner's ready, and I have to pop off of here, happily spend the night with Susie, so we're probably gonna head up that way, try to get there, get ready for the actual gathering that's gonna have to take place. We have our pro pick. We got a lot of good mining tools. I have a new weapon, powerful weapon. We got our lantern. I'm gonna need some blocks. Let's make more blocks. Okay. Deposit the sticks and the tongs, as well as the hammer. Then we just pack a bunch of food. Let's put this copper blade on the armor stand. It looks pretty cool on there. And then let's grab pretty much all the pie, I'd say, right? In fact, I'm gonna bring one of these crocs just for emergencies. So, we have warm clothing, and we have new tools, new bandages. There should be no problem. Let's get out there and let's find some borax. Oh, I'm forgetting something. A bucket. A bucket for water so that we can build our own elevator shaft down. Real glad I didn't forget that. Oh, and torches might help. They're not necessary, but they might help to like prevent spawns while we're down there. Yeah, it was this way. Screw it. I was gonna remove my armor so we could move faster, but honestly, I'd rather just be safer. Yeah, we'll go slower but safer. So I have to just keep running that way until we hit sandstone. Yo, Nick Bullock, I would love to actually talk about something with you. What makes you say that, buddy? We have to go far in order to reach that sandstone. Very far. But we'll get it done. Let's go, Nick. I'm giving you an opportunity to have a point. What a sorry bastard. I only wish that Nick had someone in his own life that he could talk to. He wouldn't feel the need to come shitpost on a live stream. Well, God bless. Let's hope he finds someone to love him. And then he won't just be spewing emptiness out into the void like he just did right there. What time is it? 11:02. We're leaving a little bit late, but that's okay. We'll get there around 6 p.m. I'm gonna want to make sure that I have a means of sleeping, so we'll make a bed. There we go. I need one more. Okay, let's keep on moving. That sandstone awaits. Grass. Right on. Look at all this grass everywhere, buddy. Damn straight. Hello, Mike. Welcome, buddy. How are you? We finally found borax, dude. All day we've been making gains. Like, you know, we've been building our house, expanding our farm. We found bees, but now we're actually headed to a place where we might find borax for leather processing. So, basically what we did was we ran in a direction, like just ran really far as we possibly could, in several directions, until we saw the stone layer change, hoping that we would find a stone layer that indicated the presence of borax for leatherworking. Eventually, we finally got lucky and found it. Finally. There's sandstone far in that direction. Hell yeah, we hunted. Yeah, so right now we're about to finally get the borax. We made some, it's very cold. It's like September, Mike, so super cold. And we packed a whole bunch of food and everything we need for a mining trip. And we're heading over to where the sandstone was so we can dig beneath it and find borax. We made an extra pickaxe, an extra prospector's pick. Yeah, we're ready, buddy. So much grasses. Damn straight, so much grass. Beans? What do you mean beans? I would love beans. Borax for leather, yeah. I don't know what the reasoning is, but like I don't know what borax is, but yeah, we need borax for soaking the hides. There's a few different things that can soak the hide, like you can use limestone, you can use chalk, you can use marble, or you can use borax. Borax is the only one that I had a feasible chance of finding, given like my seed and where I spawned and what rock layers were near me. So we set out in search of it, and finally, we found sandstone. Basically, borax can spawn underneath, like, sedimentary rock types. Sedimentary rock types, apparently, are like sandstone, limestone, conglomerate stone. There's a few different types, but you need to look for those rock types, as they indicate a possibility of finding borax below. And you can use your prospector's pick to locate the borax after you're in the appropriate place. Let's eat a couple slices of pie. Greetings, Seven Sky. Greetings, how are you doing? We're making leaps and bounds of progress, Seven Sky, leaps and bounds. We built up the house a shitload today. We're on our way to a place where we know we can find borax. And I found bees. We have bees now. Fucking incredible. Yeah, we found sandstone. We searched far and wide. We traveled thousands of kilometers today, and finally, we located a place where there's sandstone, which means we've located a place where there's borax. I started freezing to death earlier, but now we're outfitted in full furs. Look at that, it's fucking hailing right now, dude. It's literally strong winds and hailing. So it's a damn good thing I made these extra fur clothes. We're soaking wet right now too, but I don't think that matters if we're wearing warm enough clothing, which I believe we are. Yeah, buddy, apiary. Oh yeah, we're making pies, we got bees, honeycomb, we've crafted candles and lanterns, all kinds of cool shit. We're stockpiling food and sealing crock pots full of meals in our cellar. And we got a massive farm going right now. I even found a couple of fruit trees and planted them, and we have made some leather, but we weren't able to make much. There's two things you need, borax or lime. I was able to get a little bit of lime for curing leather through the mollusks and seashells that we found by grinding them up, but we really didn't get much, and it didn't allow for much. But nonetheless, we were able to make some leather. Oh, you thought I said beans. You thought I said we're farming beans. No, yeah, bees. Beans too, hopefully. That'd be fucking sick. Here we are. This is the place. I have a little waypoint. Oh my god. I have a little waypoint right there that directs us back toward home. But there's sandstone. There's a sandstone beach right here. Which means we can totally find what we're after here if we look hard enough. So I'm thinking, let's go underground and get some prospector's pick readings. I'll make myself a little elevator here. All right, so from here in this little air pocket, I'll be able to do what we have to do. Is this some sort of Minecraft? It's better. This is the game that Minecraft wishes it was. It's got the best mechanics. Everything requires like 20 times more work in this game. Crafting is like a chore. Building things, it's all far more complicated, requiring far more like mental fortitude to figure shit out. It's not so cut and dry as like fill the crafting thing and then make a box, right? You need to process a lot of materials. You have to have like a good lay of the land. All right, there is no... No borax here. So we're gonna go look somewhere else, but we're in the right place. I just gotta remember where that is. Remember where my signpost out of here is. Let's go get some readings from the surrounding area. In fact, that trader is a great example of where home is, like an approximation. That rock formation too. If we get to that rock formation and this trader, then we know we're close to the place where our signpost home is. Yeah, let's go get some readings over here. Slate sand, eh? God damn. I wonder why there's slate here. Hopefully we keep finding claystone. I would hate to have my buzz killed. But, like, there's definitely sandstone sand here. So we're gonna get another reading down below. Okay. We're gonna break 3 blocks in multiple directions, and then we're gonna use the prospector's pick in all 3 directions to get a reading of what we can find in this area. High native copper, but not much else. All right. Yeah, we got to keep on looking around until we find a reading for borax. Let's check this place out. Get a reading right here. Nothing. We'll just keep looking. We'll find it eventually. We're in the right place. That matters more than anything. We're not exactly just pissing in the wind anymore. As long as there's sandstone here, there's hope. It's even possible to find borax surface nuggets in a biome such as this. Let's get a reading right here. How do I navigate without a minimap or marking trails? Running straight for a really long time and then going straight back the way you came and making damn sure you don't forget which way you were going if you get turned around. Native copper, bismuth, and galena. Yeah, base is that way. I'm just gonna drop that sandstone, I think. Unless it has like a use. Hang on. Not really, no. All right, yeah, let's drop it. We got a lot of carrot seeds right here. I'd like to take them. It's getting late, but I do have a bed right here. What's this? Flint. Let's get a few samples from this area, see what we can find. Native copper, cassiterite, bismuthinite, and galena. Let's drop the bones and take the rye seeds. Got some onions, onion seeds. There's a brown bear over there, so definitely not. I have to pee really badly, but I'm too excited to stop looking for what we're looking for. Although we're seeing a lot of granite and slate here, which is definitely gonna muddy the waters. Magnetite. Wow, I found magnetite. All right, I gotta piss. Oh, Jesus Christ, that was the longest piss of my fucking life. All right, let's keep looking around. I'm pretty sure that our waypoint back home is that way. I'm gonna need to find a place to lay my head, though. Yeah, we need to get a little bit of rest. All right, let's build a little shelter to sleep in. Equip the lantern. And boom, I now have a shelter. All right, let's go to sleep. I just hope we don't get a temporal storm while we're out here. It would really slow our roll. I can, like, take cover for the duration of the storm and kind of protect myself, but Oh, fuck. A heavy temporal storm is approaching. Literally just got the warning. That sucks. Kind of hoping it'll just happen now. I think base is that way. As long as I keep the mountain to my right-hand side, we'll be heading the right way home. Jesus. Yeah, don't open that. It's still nighttime. It's still dark. I would love to just have that temporal storm now instead of waiting for it. Anyway, we'll just sit here by the lantern. Yeah, I dare not leave right now. We need daylight, you know? In order to look around safely. At least once this temporal storm is done, we know we'll have all the time in the world here. I only have 11 more slices of pie, but I found 4 meat. And I have a crock of meat stew that will stay fresh for 31 days. Like, we'll eat it before it spoils for sure. I'll try to cook that red meat also. But we'll need wood to make firewood, and we'll need dry grass to start a fire. It's still kinda just too dark to go. I might head back to that trader for the duration of the temporal storm. I would love to get that temporal storm out of the way, but I didn't sleep long enough. I couldn't sleep long enough. You can answer that? Well, from what Google said, monsters can totally spawn inside trader wagons. Jesus, that monster can climb up shit. He almost got in here. It kind of sucks. We're gonna spend a lot of the day just waiting out a heavy temporal storm, but I mean, whatever, right? It depends on if the trader has a full door or just a fence gate. They can't spawn within 4 blocks around me. There's enough ambient brightness now. I don't know how far we'll get before I have to flee, given the fact that the temporal storm is approaching, but we'll try to head back to where our waypoint home is. Let's grab all this shit. Okay, let's go. Yeah, the trader's compound was right over here. Right by that rock formation. See, there's fucking slate over here. And slate is not compatible for finding borax. Oh, okay, we got the imminent warning. I need to shelter up right now. I'm gonna put the bed down because the bed might actually stop them from spawning. Okay, we're good. I should now be sheltered for the temporal storm. Let's sit down in front of the lantern for the duration. The lower your temporal stability, the closer monsters can spawn to you, huh? Alright, let's wait out this temporal storm, and then we'll see what we can do. Borax-wise. I'm gonna go spend time with Zuzi while she cooks, while we wait out this storm. God, this is nuts. It is kind of annoying to wait out a temporal storm, but once it's gone for like a week. Yeah, these are all the rocks that you can find borax in. Everything listed here. So sandstone is one of them. You can find borax in sandstone. You totally can. Right? Borax in sandstone. So we found the right place. Unfortunately, this is shale rather than slate. We have slate around with the sandstone. I don't know where the hell to find marble. I've never really seen a type of marble before. Oh, I know that Seven Sky. Yeah, I never find limestone or chalk, ever. I found limestone in one of my playthroughs, but every playthrough since then, I've failed to find it, and I've tried to find borax and given up before I could locate it. But this time, I've finally learned how to explore for borax. I think I finally figured it out. You literally just have to run really far in any direction until the rock layer changes. If it changes to something else and it's not a specific rock, you go back the way you came, back to base, and you pick a new direction. Yeah, we kept on running in one direction and we found peridotite. Peridotite can't spawn borax. So we kept running in another direction, and then we ended up finding slate. Slate can't spawn borax, so we went back home, ran in another, and this was the third place we went to. It has sandstone, and sandstone can spawn borax. How has today in Vintage Story been? Stereo, it's been wonderful, buddy. Wonderful. We have a massive farm, we have a big bee, like a big apiary, like a shitload of bees. I planted fruit trees. I'm making my first leather, but we're still trying to get borax. Right now we're in a place where we have the potential to find it, so we're kind of looking around the area. A long way from home, but we know the way back home. We built a shitload of our house. I practiced using the chisel. I learned a whole lot about it. I was able to blend my cobblestone blocks with my wooden roof blocks really well with the chisel. Really awesome. Yeah, it's been a great day, buddy. A great day. How has your day been, Stereo? And we talked politics and vaccine mandates earlier, and we had a couple of sourpuss chatters get pissed off, so that was good too. Right on, Grass. Welcome back. Enjoy that coffee. I look forward to my first coffee tomorrow. You got squished by a screamer horde? Yeah. That's how it goes, buddy. Yeah, I don't like the screamer hordes. The thing is, you kind of need guns when you get far enough in the game because melee rapidly falls off, right? But they've made a situation now where you always have to crouch when you're shooting so you generate less heat map. You always have to use a suppressor and crouch when you're shooting now. It's weird. We still haven't gotten the temporal storm is waning notification. We're waiting for it. You ran out of repair kids. That's funny. Reminds me of Frostpunk. The fucking generator starts malfunctioning, so you send some children in there to fix it. Oh, that's funny shit. Time to die for your country, Timmy. I hope this temporal storm ends soon. Right on, Grass, right on. If you're interested, actually, Grass, I have a night-only Dying Light playthrough. I never finished it, but I got pretty damn far, and I did every quest at night up to that point. Basically, every time, like, I had to sleep and make sure it was always night every time I played. It was manageable. It was hard, but it was manageable. Alright, the temporal storm at last seems to be waning and reducing in intensity. I'm gonna have to wait a little bit before I leave here, though. It won't be safe to leave right away. It's noon. A lot of the quests in Dying Light, the Beast, right? No, yeah, I'm thinking Dying Light, the Beast, not Dying Light 2, but I had a night-only series in Dying Light, the Beast, and there's a lot of quests where you're kind of protected from volatiles, like they just don't show up while you're doing the quest. Like in Dying Light, the Beast, when you're helping Tom make that speaker. Oh, I don't like this. The thing is, I have to leave, but I don't want to leave because there's still monsters out there that might literally one-hit kill me. Yeah, like this fucking guy. We need to wait until they've despawned enough for me to feel safe leaving. I'll grab the bed. Yeah, we're gonna have to be patient here. No other way around it. But it seems like we did really good packing food. We have a lot of food. We're not really getting low on it at all. I'm just gonna eat this spelt grain. Same with the rye grain. Bro, why won't you guys despawn? Ugh. Throwing rocks at me, buddy. Son of a bitch. All right, YOLO. Bro, this guy is tough. Nightmare Drifter? That would fuck me up if it hit me. I think that's it. I think they're despawned. I got a flax fiber. And another. All right. I'm just gonna throw away that red meat. And let's get the pro pick back out. And grab all of our shit here for making camp. All right. Now, I don't really see any sandstone here. It's like this whole biome is slate, it looks like, and then it becomes sandstone over there. So I might need to go exploring near those mountains. Either way, as long as we know where home is, nothing else matters. And now that that temporal storm is over, we actually have the liberty to just look around and find what we're seeking. I'm gonna run this way a little bit and just see what's over there. Slate, no good. Nay, good day. Yeah, I'm not seeing much here. All right. Yeah, let's head back to where we were finding more sandstone stuff. Eat another slice of pie. Yeah, let's cross the river over here. Get to the other side. I see sandstone over there. Yeah, I mean, there's sandstone all over in this area. And we ride this gravy train long enough, eventually one of the stops is gonna be Borax. Mark my fucking words, as long as we don't die. And until then, we're getting a shitload of seeds. No borax right here. I'm pretty sure that's quartz down there. Fuck ton of it, but yeah, quartz just the same. All right, let's get out of here. We got to go back that way to return to where we came from. But we are definitely on the right track. Getting some carrot seeds. let's get a reading right here. Nothing. Well, let's keep exploring. I'm telling you, buddy, this is the right place to be for borax. We keep on going and we're bound to find it eventually. Let's get a reading right here. None here. I see flax. Let's eat that. And this. That's flint up there, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, flint. Base is that way. Keep this mountain to my left shoulder to get back home. We're finding magnetite here, but still no borax. Let's keep looking around. The dopamine surge, if we find borax, is gonna be out of this fucking world, dude. Nothing. I wonder if you can find borax beneath an area where there's slate and sandstone. Because this is kind of like a hybridized area. You know, so I can't help but wonder, like, is the presence of slate going to block me from potentially finding borax, or does it not matter? Oh, damn straight, per peril. Damn straight. Cave-ins, I do always play with them on. I think that they add something that shouldn't be removed, yeah. They're very annoying for when you're building your base, but they have a lot of really immersive applications for traversal and mining, and I do think they belong to be left on, yeah. Nothing. I found there's halite though, and halite is, I'm pretty sure it's salt. So I mean, there's salt around here. Nothing. God damn. Alright, let's head back, reorient ourselves, and explore a different area. It's getting late. We still have 7 slices of pie remaining. That's flint down there. Like, there is a lot of stuff around, but we're not finding the one thing we're seeking, which is borax. And theoretically, we should totally be able to find it somewhere in this biome. We crossed a river to get here. We could always cross it back. We're gonna want to go to sleep, though. We'll go to sleep a little bit later, however. I'm gonna try to get a few more prospector's pick readings in this area. What's up, Zeus?
Okay, on the nerve.
All right.
Up and then we can-
Sounds good, yeah. All right, let's try to get a reading here. No borax. Holy shit, dude. That's insane. Yeah, we don't want to go to sleep too early. That can actually be a problem. Well, let's head to the trader over there. Can't believe we haven't found any borax. We're probably gonna have to head far deeper into this biome to locate it. I can sleep longer in this guy's bed than I could sleep in my own. Hey, I appreciate that, Grass. Thank you, buddy. Damn straight. Welcome to the pack. Yeah, there's a lot of granite here, so I doubt we would find the borax anywhere around this area. 8.5 hours, so I would wake up at roughly 4 a.m. It'll do. I'm gonna have to log off of here pretty shortly, but tomorrow morning we wake up, we log in, and borax is the goal again, right away. All right, it's 5 in the morning. Nice, that means we start with daylight right away. We should be near, yep, that rock formation right there. Alright, well, we're gonna need a fucking wild card here. A real wild card. Let's run this way a bit. We don't have long, maybe 5 minutes, but... I hate existing in this space on the edge of success, not knowing if you're gonna find it or not, you know? We found the sandstone, like, by rights. There should totally be some, there should be borax around the sandstone, like 100% there should. That's how it works. But the presence of the slate is like, it might complicate things, you know? Let's go deeper into this mountain right here and see what we can see. Nothing. Yeah, we've been here. Let's scale this mountain. There's a granite cave with slate in it. Isn't this where I was? I think this is where I was, so we're across the river now. We're gonna continue that way and try to get some readings over there. Digging deeper in the stone would not help with this, no. I have to get the appropriate, like I have to get the correct prospector's pick reading. It tells me everything I can find in that chunk. So if it doesn't say borax, then that means I can't find borax there. We're never running out of seeds again. And a byproduct of this is that when we get home, all of our crops might be fully grown, which is nice. Let's get a reading right here. Looks like I might have already gotten one here. Fuck. All right, let's keep moving. Nothing. This is so fucked. And now there's just granite everywhere again. Let's go over here. Nothing. Yeah, now it's just a bunch of granite. What the fuck? Okay, there's sandstone down there. Technically. Nothing. We're gonna start heading home now. Not to my actual base, but just to the trader. I don't think I'm finding it today. We're gonna have to call it quits for now. We've already gotten a reading here. Yeah, let's just continue back. Fucking ridiculous. I honestly think the borax problem is the biggest problem with this game. Not just the borax problem, mind you, but like limestone, like all of it. Limestone, borax, marble, chalk, it's a little too much. And it needs to be more accessible. I stand by my idea. I think that you should be able to pan for shellfish. Because that just makes sense. If you can pan for shellfish, then you have a way of getting lime no matter where you are. It just makes sense. Because the simple truth is, there's way too many spawns where you just never find it, you know? We looked all day to find the sandstone biome, and despite the fact that we found it, there's no sign of any borax anywhere. It's just stupid. It's pure spawn RNG. It leans too heavily into the spawn RNG realm and not enough into the, okay, I looked for it so I found it realm, you know? There's like a slider for that, and it's too far on the spawn RNG side of the slider. Yeah, I'm sorry, Per Peril. I would be like far more talkative and more engaging. It's been a long day, and honestly, I'm feeling pretty defeated about not finding it. It really sucks, because that was kind of like my mission for the day, right? And it feels like every single playthrough, it always comes down to an inability to find limestone, borax, or anything like that. Always. Like, that's the thing. That's the thing that I can just never get. To the point where at this point, at this junction, I'm actually really tempted to just find modded solutions to the problem. Like, I need a modded solution. Because, like, the way the game is designed is, in this regard, at least, heavily flawed in my opinion. The game's got a lot of good you can say about it, but I feel like the borax, limestone, chalk, marble bit, it's a stain, buddy. It's a dirty little stain. Little cum stain. I hate it. I hate it. It's so demoralizing and stupid. The fact that it's such a big world and you can explore so much of it and come up with fucking nothing, you know? It sucks. It fucking sucks. Anyway, I gotta pop off of here and I gotta shower before dinner is ready. As much as I'd love to keep playing and keep smashing my head into the brick wall of borax, we're gonna have to do something else. What? Maybe. Hopefully not more of the same. I'd fucking rip my own head off. This shit's ridiculous. Alright, well. All right, everybody. Keep love alive, live to forgive, and let redemption ride shotgun. Take care, rock on, and peace out, and thank you very much for chilling with me today. I've appreciated your company, and I look forward to the continuity of the adventure with all of you tomorrow. I hope you all have a good night and a wonderful sleep, or a great rest of your day, depending on which hemisphere you call home. And I hope to see some of you back here tomorrow. All right, later, everybody. Take care.